on. One second, folks. Whoa.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. And just to let me know, folks, it seems like there's been an issue with some of the... we were dropping some frames there. I don't know why. The system seemed to be a little bit off at the start. So please let me know that you can hear me all right, that everything is coming across well. So it's been a very interesting week today. Yesterday we were down in the Bronx. We were talking and covering some live events that no one else in the news media seems to want to have told you about. We are going to be covering everything that's been happening this week in the news media, things that we believe are important to you. And we hope that you will find this interesting. For those who are seeing us for the first time, we appreciate you, we welcome you, and thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and as part of that, every Sunday we reach out across the world to also, through all the social media that we can, to hear your voices, to be able to speak with you. And that does mean calling in, as you can see above. Scrolling across, you'll be able to call in to 929-715-8569 to add your voice on whatever topic, whatever issue you think is important. And at the same time, we will also be taking comments from, as you can see, Dal is the first one speaking today, but you can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, and reach us and leave your comments. In fact, you can even give us super chats on Rumble if you wish, and we'll be able to see that. Dal says, happy Sunday. Pretty hard buffering and stuttering. It looks like it may be YouTube. Not that he will. Let me ask you, I'm going to get to Tim Pool in just a second. I'm going to be talking about that just in a moment, but I just want to make sure, folks, it looks like, is it still buffering? It shouldn't be. We should be fine. I'm seeing it coming across on my system as perfectly fine, but I want to know that, is everyone else seeing a lot of buffering? Okay, Jason says that it's looking fine on X, so I'm going to continue to move forward. We want to give you the best experience that we possibly can. So, obviously this week we've gotten news about what's been breaking for people who are new. We normally deal with breaking news, then we go into international and then domestic on the program. Now, obviously, the breaking news right now has to do with Iran's president, Ibrahim Raisi. Ibrahim Raisi is currently seen as, and here it is, as far as we know, Ibrahim Raisi was in a plane earlier today, about 3 hours ago, and there was some fog and bad weather. It was initially reported by Iran that he had a, quote, hard landing. In other words, crash. The plane that he was on crashed, and we are unsure. It was in a remote wooded area in Iran and northern Iran, and we believe that he may have been injured. It's unclear. Let's say it's unclear. This is near Azerbaijan, where they have a border. Now, this is very big news, and we're going to be getting into a little bit more about what happened with Trump, what happened with the Bronx. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But I think this is important breaking news because a lot of people aren't aware of what this means. Now, in Iran, this is important because in Iran, there are people who are celebrating. There are fireworks going off. They are happy that Ibrahim Raisi is potentially dead or injured. It could mean a regime change or a difference in the approach of Iran, not only to their own people, but throughout the rest of the Middle East. This is a big deal. I mean, Ibrahim Raisi was one of the individuals responsible for killing Iranians back in 1980 during the Iran hostage crisis, when Iran broke into the United States Embassy, took our people for over 400 days, and held them hostage. Part of the reason why President Carter lost to Ronald Reagan in the 1980 election. This is a very hard line, very fanatical, very bad person. Ibrahim Raisi, there is no confusion. He is an evil, evil man, and he has done evil things to his own people. This is the same under his regime. We saw that Iran was poisoning some of their schoolgirls because they dared to learn how to read. That's under his administration. He has helped to kill gays in Iran. That's part of his administration. And of course, he has helped to fund global terror through the IRGC around the world. That's Hezbollah, that's the Houthis, that's Hamas, who killed American citizens. That's what this man has done under the guidance of the Ayatollah of Iran. So the fact that he might be dead is massive news, especially as we see the Hamas-Israel war continues, and there are talks of ceasefire, but Hamas is continuing to resist, even as we find out that Hamas has absolutely killed some of the hostages, as we learned this week, that they have been trying to cover their ass, Hamas, by trying to make sure that they could not have retaliation for the murders that they committed and the deception that they have committed against the entire world. And I'm going to go over this for you guys, but I think this is very important. You see, it is possible, but unlikely, that if this man, Ibrahim Raisi, is no longer the president of Iran, we could see for Iran, a more moderate approach. We could see a change where they are less aggressive against Saudi Arabia, their number one enemy in the Middle East that isn't Israel. We could see them fund global terror a little bit less. They would be less oppressive against the Iranian people. I mean, this is the main reason why people in Iran, this is not official, but it seems that this is why people are celebrating, or we are seeing initial news that's saying that people in Iran are celebrating that he could be dead. This would be good news. You should be celebrating. This is potentially very good news for the entire world. It means a less aggressive Middle East. It means that there is a potential for more peace in the Middle East that could prevent what we believe will be 3 simultaneous regional wars. Not World War III, but 3 simultaneous regional wars, and obviously Iran being one of the major factors of this. I think this is very, very important. I think this is critical for a lot of people, and this is why the world is paying attention to this. As of the last 3 hours, no one has confirmed whether he is alive or dead. we believe it might be dead, which is part of the reason why Iran is trying to walk back the news and try and make it seem as unobtrusive as possible. There is another aspect to this, though, which I have not seen spoken about by any of the major news media at this moment. Was Israel involved? Obviously, Israel has been very active in trying to tamp down the terrorism that Iran promotes around the world. They have been very active in trying to hold back Iran from getting nuclear weapons, and that has meant attacks against facilities, military facilities that have nuclear weapons, going after key figures in the nuclear weapons development program. This has been, their actions in Israel have been far more effective than the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration that funded the development of ICBMs for Iran, that helped, according to John Kerry in January of 2016, as he admitted on CNBC, that the United States was de facto funding global terrorism. Yeah, the Iran nuclear deal was absolutely abysmal, and thank God it ended under the Trump administration. But Raisi, he is critical to all of this. This is what Israel has been trying to stop. And Raisi has been trying to push forward the development of nuclear weapons in Iran. If he is dead, that continued development could be slowed down or stopped. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that Israel could have taken him out, that plane didn't just get into the fog and crash, but it may have been caused to crash. Then again, it could be hardliners or other individuals within Iran itself who definitely opposed Raisi, opposed him killing schoolgirls in the schools in Iran, the oppression of women in Iran, and there could be backlash within his own country. So again, we are guessing a little bit about this, but this is important. Now, if Israel is involved in any way, or more importantly, if Iran can blame Israel in any way, even if it is completely unfounded, even if they just make it up, we will see tensions increase in the Middle East. We will see that this will help to expand the actions of Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels out of Yemen, the Houthi terrorists, excuse me. And we could see more intense fighting over the next 6 months if we see Iran blame any injury or just the attack, if a claim of an attack is made against Israel. And this would complicate the ceasefire negotiations that are going on as we speak, and it would prevent the American hostages held by Hamas. To this day, over 7 months now, the American hostages will not be released if that is the way that Iran wants to try and resolve this. Now, at this moment, we don't know that Israel did this or that they had a reason to do this. I don't think that they did, but it is a question that must be addressed. It must be discussed, because how will America react? If Iran claims that Israel was responsible, even if it was a mechanical failure, even if they had nothing to do with it, but Iran claims that, how will the Biden-Harris administration address that? Biden has been bending over backwards trying to appease Iran. He has removed sanction after sanction that was imposed on them by the Trump administration because they were developing nuclear weapons, they were developing ICBM technology to deliver those weapons to Europe, to the United States, to Israel. They were a threat, and they were sponsoring global terror, as we can see with the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. So this is a big deal. What do we think Joe Biden, a man who ran away from the Taliban in Afghanistan, the man who released ISIS and Al-Qaeda around the world, which has caused civil war in North Africa and Central Africa, a man who has been funding the Ukraine war and using the Ukrainians as a proxy to fight against Russia. What will that Biden do? A man who abandoned 40,000 Americans in Haiti to this day and just stop talking about them. It's not that the 40,000 Americans in Haiti have been helped. It's not that the war in Haiti has ended. It's not that he got them all home. He just stopped talking about them, and the mainstream news media were more than happy to support that. What would that man, Biden, do in this situation if Iran blames Israel? A country that Biden is trying to walk back. He's trying to end our support or limit our support as he's building piers for Hamas. Does that sound like that will increase the amount of peace in the world? Or do you think that that will inflame the war? That will create more tensions in the Middle East and make it more dangerous for everyone? Now, let me go to some of the comments here because I think this is important. Again, nobody in the news media is really addressing the concerns I'm speaking about now, but we need to address them the sooner the better because we need to be prepared. So Dow says, Dow, I'm going to get to the comments about what happened in the Bronx yesterday with Donald Trump and the rally in just one moment with black voters. Let's see. Dow goes on to say he can hear me. Okay, he can hear me. The audio quality is fine, but YouTube had been acting up. Okay, I can't help YouTube. They don't like this channel. They don't like that I was presenting black voters as not being, some black voters not being in support of Donald Trump, and so they've been messing with the channel since then. We will address that shortly. Dow says, doesn't that put the Ayatollah completely in control as head of the state until they either find Raisi or elect a new one? Well, to be exact, the Ayatollah is always and has always been since 1980 the supreme leader of Iran. At the end of the day, no matter whom they have as president or any other functionary in their military, it is the Ayatollah who has absolute control over every aspect of Iran. Now, obviously, they use diplomacy and they use the president as a means of diplomacy and operations day to day to run the country, and the Ayatollah is more the religious leader. But at any moment, the Ayatollah can make a statement about policy of the operations of Iran, and he will supersede any other government official. So I want to clear that up for a lot of people who may not be familiar with that. So it doesn't matter whether Raisi is or is not involved. The Ayatollah can continue to control and push the direction. But he is about 85 now, and they are talking about trying to get someone to replace him within the Iranian regime. And so there is some wiggle room for there to be a more moderate regime that, in addition to having a new Ayatollah put in place, this is the second one, by the way, since 1980, having a new Ayatollah, a new supreme religious leader in, who is maybe a little bit more toned down, along with a new president of Iran, you could see tensions and global terror around the world reduce at least a little bit. So that is why this is important in terms of the timing and how it could affect the rest of the world. So I hope that answers your question, Dal. And by the way, folks, if you don't agree or if you have a different viewpoint in this, I'm always open to hear your voice, whether you're calling in or whether you're just leaving a message on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Rumble. I'm always happy to hear that because this is a developing situation. You may have a different point of view. You might be right. So I think this is kind of important. So think about this. If there's so much unknown at the moment, and that's part of the reason why I'm so unclear and so unsure of how to advise you. I do believe this is potentially great news. I believe this is potentially an ability to tone down the Middle East and reduce the potential of regional war. It could reduce the amount of tensions against Israel, against the United States, reduce the threat of nuclear attack against the United States by Iran. I think that's all possible. But I think the Biden administration is going to screw it up, quite honestly. I think that when Iran is looking at the Biden administration, the fact that Joe Biden is more concerned about re-election than he is about the American people anywhere in the world, about any global tensions in the world. He's more concerned and more focused on getting re-elected and having power maintained by the Democratic Party. That's what he has done since, August of 2021? That is consistently the one thing we can see about his international foreign policy. He will back down and ignore any event that goes negatively for him so that he can maintain as much favorable votes as he can for himself and his party. That has been consistent. We saw that when he abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, when he abandoned 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine with this conversation with Lester Holt on NBC. We saw that when he abandoned 16,000 Americans last year in the Sudan as they started their civil war. We see that in Haiti, as I mentioned before, 40,000 Americans. That was this year. That's 700 miles away. So I think that is critical. I think that's a big deal. And I think that at this moment, when Hamas is in negotiations, when Hezbollah is looking for leadership, when the Houthis are looking for leadership and funding to continue their attacks against Israel and the United States and all of our allies, this could be a turning point. If the president is focused and has a plan, which we have yet to see from the Biden administration. He has to assert himself as a strong leader and make a plan and disseminate that plan right now. He should be using this moment, this potential turmoil, to support any moderates in Iran and to say that he would favor them. If we're talking about reducing the number of sanctions on Iran, do it for moderates taking control and turning the nation, Iran, from the fanatical extremism that we have seen since the 1980s into a less extreme supporter of terrorism. Again, it's not a win-win. It's not perfect, but any reduction in the amount of terrorism coming out of Iran is a win for the world. It would be big news, and Biden can encourage that, both in who will be selected for the next Ayatollah, as well as who's going to replace Raisi if he is dead. And we are growing, the belief that he is dead is growing. So I think this is very important. And the people of Israel are absolutely paying attention to this, absolutely concerned about this, because this will help determine whether or not there will be a ceasefire. If Raisi is replaced, and if we see him replaced, that hardline terrorist point of view of Iran is replaced, you will see Hamas back down. Their money, their leadership, their training comes from Iran. If they don't have a gung-ho pro-terrorist leader like Raisi, then you will see that Hamas will back down because they will have less weapons, less training, less financial support, less food support. They will lose their support, so they will back down. They are more likely to have a ceasefire than at all under any other circumstance. And we are more likely to get back our hostages under that scenario than any other case. That's what I believe. That is what I believe is potentially on the table with the breaking news about whether or not he is alive or if he is dead. This is a conversation that we should be having in America. I hope it is happening behind doors somewhere in America on our foreign policy, and we should be promoting that ideology in our mainstream news media. But at the moment, they're afraid to say anything. That's one thing I want to point out there. So that's some of the breaking news that we see going on right now, and we can see the international point of view. And like I said, this is kind of important because we just found out that Hamas has been lying to the world. What a shock that the terrorists are lying to the world. They said that there were over 250, approximately 254 hostages taken on October 7th. This is after they killed over 1,200 people, civilians, at concerts, living their lives. These are moms and dads and children. They came in, they killed them, they captured them, they tortured them, they have been sexually abusing them. And 3 of the individuals, as you can see on the screen, we have found out that 3 of those individuals were killed, their bodies were taken, and Hamas said, oh no, they're alive. For 7 months, they have lied to the world, saying these individuals were alive, stringing on their families with the potential of hope, thinking they might be able to get back their family members, their friends, their co-workers. They might be able to get them back if only there is a peace deal that is made, if there is a ceasefire that is made. They might get them back. And we find out, according to the BBC 2 days ago, no, they were always dead. There was never hope for any of those families, for any of those individuals. There was never hope. They were always dead. Their bodies were being used as a bargaining chip by Hamas, because the more bodies, the more hostages they had, the more leverage they believed they could have against the United States, the United Kingdom, and obviously Israel. They are evil people, Hamas. Hamas is evil. Look at what they are doing. Using dead bodies as a bargaining chip, knowing full well that on October 7th, these individuals were already dead, but they're going to use them anyway to make it to have larger numbers. And are we supposed to be confident, knowing that Hamas is lying and has always been lying, they are terrorists, and that they are killing the hostages, and that they are using dead bodies to claim that they're hostages? And are we supposed to be confident that any deal that is made with them will be fulfilled, that they're actually going to back down at any point? Why would we trust them? They lied. They lied to our face for 7 months. They gave people false hope. And they're looking to blame this on everyone except them. This was their action. I don't care what Harvard says. I don't care what Morehouse says. I don't care what Columbia University, Binghamton University, the college students around the world. Oh, I feel so bad for... No, I don't feel bad for Hamas. They did this. They knew the war they were starting. They knew the lies they have been telling the entire world, like these individuals. And I know there's going to be someone that's going to say, but Mike, you don't understand. They may have been killed. These 3 individuals may have been killed by Israel. Well, one, no, they were dead on October 7th, not after. That was long before Israel ever started to retaliate as they should. But more importantly, whenever, there's only been one time we've seen 3 hostages that were killed by Israel, and Hamas instantly told the world about it. They provided the evidence immediately because they knew they could use that as leverage against Israel, against the United States, to get more of what Hamas wants. If they could at any way point this towards Israel, they would have done it. Instead, they don't want to talk about it. They just don't want to have this conversation. They're ignoring this. That's what Hamas is doing, because that's what Iran told Hamas to do. Don't talk about it. Ignore it. We still have another 150 hostages, many of them Americans, over 20 of them that are Americans, 17 of them that are British, as well as other individuals from like 50 other countries that are still held by Hamas that may or may not be alive. So they said, don't even talk about it. Just ignore it. There's more hostages. The rest of the world still has to deal with you. Don't admit the fact that you are killing hostages. I think this is important. We need to understand that. And these colleges, these students who are out there saying, oh, but you just don't understand. Yes, I do. I understand who killed these kids. I understand who is responsible for these murders, and I'm holding them accountable. And we need to recognize that we are dealing with someone who is not reliable. Hamas are not reliable. These aren't stable people. They are terrorists. They will lie at every single opportunity, as they did here for 7 months in a row until they got caught. So when they tell you that, there's been 35,000 Palestinians that have died, how many of them are soldiers? How many of them are soldiers for Hamas that are active fighters? Because the unofficial answer coming from everywhere except Hamas is somewhere between 6 and 15,000 of those supposed 30,000 Palestinians killed. Notice they call them Palestinians, not civilians, not innocents. They say 35,000 Palestinians. Well, those Palestinians might be soldiers. They might be members of Hamas that were fighting with Israel. They won't reveal that number. They don't go into that detail because they are terrorist liars. And so, in fact, roughly 50% of the people that Hamas wants to claim as dead were actual combatants, actual fighters. They were terrorists that died in their acts of terrorism. And I'm, for one, am not sorry about that. You may be. And I understand if my audience is upset about that. But I have no problem with terrorists dying because of their acts of terrorism, because they go out and they torture individuals, including and especially American citizens. They killed 34 Americans. They captured 22 Americans and have tortured and sexually abused them every day for the last 7 months, according to the UN. Where are the women's rights groups talking about this? Where are the colleges talking about this? They don't want to talk about it because it's political. This has nothing to do with taking care of children. This has nothing to do with whether or not Israel is good or bad. This is all about politics, that they support terrorism and genocide at Harvard University, at Morehouse, at the colleges across America, and we should be concerned about that. Now, if anyone disagrees with me, I am more than happy to hear your comment. I am happy to read your comments on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, on Rumble. I'm more than happy to do that if you want to call in 929-715-8569. But I want you to understand the reality. I don't care about the feelings. The feelings of the kids at Morehouse, at Harvard, at MIT, at Binghamton University, UCLA, I don't care that they have a feeling. You can have whatever feeling you want. Feelings are fleeting and they change constantly. They're mercurial. I don't care about feelings. The fact is that Hamas did kill civilians, started a war they knew they would lose. They took hostages because they knew they would lose the war, and their way out of the war are those hostages, especially since they're from multiple countries, which allows Hamas to put pressure on Israel because of the hostages from other countries. And part of the reason why the Biden administration doesn't talk about this, the mainstream news media doesn't talk about this, is because Joe Biden has no influence. Hamas is not afraid of Joe Biden. They don't respect Joe Biden, just like Iran doesn't, which is why they still have our hostages and why Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about it. Because it's a failure point. It shows how little people fear or respect him around the world. If you think I am wrong, I'm happy to hear why. And sadly, for those who have been following this channel, you know that we have been predicting for months now, since about December of 2023, for 5 months now, we have been telling you that Hamas has killed the Americans, that the hostages that are held there are more likely to be dead than alive as each and every day passes because of the torture, because of the sexual abuse that Hamas, the terrorist organization, has been doing. We have a comment here from John. John says, I have done an experiment with Palestinian supporters. One of the things he says is, did you know Hamas is actually considered a political party? Yes, they have a part of their terrorism is a political party, their wing, which many people try to say, well, no, see, Hamas, there's the political organization, then there's the military. They're the same organization. There is no difference. Just one that uses words as their weapon versus using guns, knives, bombs, and terror as their weapon. They're the same people. It's the same leadership. It is the same goal. The fact that one is doing it with actual weapons and one is doing it with words and policy does not change that it is terrorism. But yes, I am aware of that. Most people are not. I do agree with you, John. John goes on to say, 2, what year did Hamas stop elections? No supporters can or knew either of those. These people know nothing and are sheep. Yes, they are. They were told in the United States in particular, and also in the United Kingdom, we are seeing that these students are told, they have been taught by their teachers who are excited, who have, what was it, the teacher at Cornell University, he said he was exhilarated and thrilled that Hamas killed civilians unannounced for no reason. He was thrilled by that. This is a man who was teaching the students. And oddly enough, in Cornell, we knew in November that students at Cornell University unilaterally decided to join Hamas, a terrorist organization, so they could threaten their fellow students. And they were in classes with that teacher, who has since gone on sabbatical for a year, so no one gets to hear from him anymore, so that they could tone down that news story. But this is not unique at Cornell University. We've seen it at other universities as well, that they have been taught and they have been told, this is how you should feel. You should support Hamas, a terrorist organization that supports genocide. That's why when we saw Harvard and University of Pennsylvania and MIT go before Congress and they were asked the simple question, do your universities, these colleges, do you support genocide? It is a yes or no question. It is quite simple. And we would hope and pray that universities, institutions of higher learning would be willing and capable of saying, no, they do not support genocide. Full stop. No conditions, no question. No one supports genocide. That is the logical, humanistic way of looking at it. And yet, not one of those colleges could say that. Not one was willing to say that they were against genocide. Full stop. They wouldn't say that. So am I surprised that these students are out there supporting? You notice, none of these students, when they are asked about what's going on, they keep saying, oh, well, it's about the children. What about the children in the Sudan that are starving for the last year, which are 10 times as many as the ones in Gaza? What about the kids who are starving and dying in Haiti, 700 miles away, less than a 3-hour plane flight from the United States? If we can help any set of children outside of the United States, anywhere in the world, we can easily reach Haiti almost instantly with food and aid to take care of those children. Why don't they care about them? Oh, they don't speak about that. That's not important. That wasn't what they were taught. That isn't part of the indoctrination from the colleges and their college professors. So they don't have any feelings for them because they weren't told what feeling they should have for those Haitians. And the news media stopped talking about it. They don't even recognize that it's going on right now because the media just said, oh, well, Biden stopped rescue. Remember, it was 3 weeks ago, the Biden-Harris administration stopped rescue operations. They stopped trying to get Americans out of Haiti 3 weeks ago. And the news media, on the same day, stopped talking about Haiti. It's not that anything has gotten better. It's not that Americans are saved. It's just they don't want to talk about it because it costs them votes. And they are trying to fortify the 2024 election. And if you realize that Joe Biden has failed in helping children and Americans 700 miles away, that if he can't do that, why would you vote for him? So therefore, rather than have you face that reality, they won't talk about it. And they haven't. And theoretically, people think, oh, well, Haiti, it must be over. It must have been resolved. The Americans are okay. No, they're not. They are absolutely not. It has not been resolved, and the Americans are still in danger, as are the children in Haiti, and the colleges don't care. The news media don't care because they are more concerned about the vote. And this is why everyone in the world is not trusting the Biden-Harris administration. Because we don't even care about Americans 700 miles away. if Joe Biden doesn't care about Americans 700 miles away, that he could instantly be able to help, who's he going to help halfway around the world? Countries that he doesn't know. He doesn't care about Japan. He doesn't care about Korea or the Philippines, Ukraine, or Israel. He doesn't care. And that's terrifying. That should terrify and upset so many people. But we have warned you. Be prepared. You are going to find out that the Americans that remain hostage of Hamas, many of them are likely dead. Same thing for the United Kingdom. Many of those 17 individuals that were taken hostage by Hamas are probably dead. And the only thing that is on the table right now, the thing that is holding back the ceasefire, is the fact that Hamas is negotiating for immunity. They want to be immune from retaliation so that when they reveal, just like we found out here, that hostages were killed by Hamas, that they will not be facing any retribution, that they will get away with it, that they will be absolved of their torture, their sexual abuse, and murder of innocent civilians, especially not just in the initial attack, but in months upon months of abuse. That is what is holding up the ceasefire. That is the reason why overnight, if Hamas were to give up the hostages, alive or dead, and just gave back the hostages, they'd have a ceasefire within 8 hours. It would be done. There would be a ceasefire. Now, would they be absolved? No. That doesn't mean the war would end with Israel. It doesn't mean that they would suddenly get the United States as an ally. In fact, we might cut off all the funding. That new pier that we just made, well, we might let it just fall apart. We might stop sending hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars of aid to Gaza, to Hamas, the terrorist organization, because they killed our people, both in the initial attack, 34, and as hostages. It takes more than 30 seconds to explain this, folks, to understand the ramifications, all of the details that are involved, all of the ways that you are being gaslit, that things are being hidden from you, that you're just being told, don't pay attention to that. Oh, did you hear about Sophie Turner? Yeah, Game of Thrones. Sansa Stark, she left the United States. She went back to the United Kingdom because she's British, not American. So she went back to the United Kingdom because she's in favor of abortion and doesn't like guns. I don't care. But that's supposed to distract you. The housewives of wherever the hell, that's supposed to distract you. LeBron James can bounce a basketball. That's supposed to distract you so that you're not paying attention to the details that are affecting lives and will continue to affect whether or not your life is in danger going forward. Remember that Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis are sending their terrorists into the United States through the southern border because it is wide open. 173 known or suspected terrorists entered the United States and got caught in 2023 alone. Not from 2021 under Joe Biden going forward, just in 2023 alone. This year, in the first 3 months of 2024, 69 terrorists, known or suspected terrorists, were caught, including members of Hezbollah who directly told the American government they were going to New York so they could build bombs so they could kill Americans. This is what happens when you have Hamas capturing Americans, killing Americans for 7 months in a row. And when you have Joe Biden more concerned about a re-election than actually trying to stabilize the world. That's the fact. That's the reality. If you don't like it, I don't like it. But that doesn't mean that the reality has changed. The college students are sitting around going, oh my God, I feel so bad for the terrorists. I don't. Do you understand what is going on? No, I don't feel sad for them at all. That really upsets me. It also upsets me because, I mentioned the pier, which we have built. It is now built. Joe Biden in reaction to Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan Democrats who were responsible with Representative Rashida Tlaib's constituents. 100,000 votes that he needs to be competitive in Michigan. For him to be able to win in 2024, that swing state, something that he desperately needs, and we'll get into in a moment, he needs to have Michigan voters. He needs those Dearborn, Michigan Democrats, those extremists, on his side. So he decided to build a pier for Hamas just outside of Gaza to help Hamas get food and weapons so they can continue to fight. That's what he did. And I want you to understand, when he built this, it cost, and this is coming from CNN, in case anyone's wondering. So let me show you. Nope, the wrong one. There it is. This is coming from CNN. And according to CNN, we finally have the cost. Mind you, for the last month and a half, no one has mentioned, we kept getting this answer, no one knows how much it will cost. No one knows how much money America is spending to build this pier, this port for Hamas. It was unrevealed. Well, we finally found out the number, and it's buried. It's buried in this story. So you have to go through the story, and they don't expect you to read this far. But right down here, in one paragraph, they tell us, in the first sentence, $320 million. Think about that. $320 million was spent by the Biden-Harris administration to build a port for terrorists that killed Americans, that actively continue to torture Americans as we speak. He spent $320 million on them so he could get 100,000 votes in Michigan. So he could get 100,000 votes out of Dearborn, Michigan. He spent $320 million of your dollars. These are your taxes he just spent. It's your money. He spent it and did this to help a terrorist organization that will kill you. And by the way, for all of those college students that are like, oh, they support LGBTQ, guess what? Hamas doesn't. Hamas will throw gays off of buildings. They will light them on fire. They will do that to the trans as well. They poison women for learning how to drive and how to read. And so this is where your $320 million of taxpayer dollars went. To people who are lying to your face and committing acts of torture daily. I do not understand this. Why are these college students like this? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Am I missing something, folks? Is there something about this that I'm not understanding? Because it should be crystal clear. I don't care what kind of programming they get from the colleges. It should be crystal clear if you pay attention to any of the evidence that is being provided by the left-leaning news media itself. I'm not going to Fox News. This isn't coming out of the Post-Millennial or any right-leaning news source. This is coming from the left, the BBC, the CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times. I'm giving you the left-leaning news media. They're telling you. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't understand. Because it's something that I can't understand. It doesn't make sense. But what is making sense is that the world is getting more and more unstable as we continue with the Biden administration. And my fear, and what is likely, is that as the world is noticing that Donald Trump is more and more likely to win in 2024, he is very likely to win the presidency back in 2024, which means a strong leader who is willing to stand up to terrorists around the world is going to be back in charge of the United States for at least 4 years. Excuse me, that is 4 years. And then we have, who knows, will be in place in 2028. And they know, because Donald Trump has a track record, something that is not discussed by the mainstream news media. All of these pundits that are promising you, whoa, that the world is going to end, World War III, you're going to lose all of your rights, black people will be in chains. These are the promises that come from the left-leaning pundits on a regular basis, the same promises they made in 2016. But here's the thing that's very different. We have a track record. We know what a Donald Trump presidency looks like. We know what he does. And guess what? Black people aren't put into chains. You don't lose your rights and your freedoms. The world becomes more stable. There is more peace in the world. There is less terrorism in the world under a Donald Trump. World War III doesn't happen. North Korea talked about unifying with South Korea. Russia did not invade the Ukraine, didn't try and take more land, weren't threatening to go and barn stomp across Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. They weren't doing that. China did not guarantee under the Trump administration, China did not guarantee that they will take Taiwan by force. They weren't having active fights with the Philippines and threatening U.S. ships as well in Southeast China Sea. That did not happen under a Trump administration. But it is happening under a Biden administration, and to a lesser extent, it did happen under an Obama administration, because weak leaders encourage terrorism and instability around the world, which costs you money. As we see this instability grow, guess what? Things cost more. Energy costs more. Food costs more. Everything costs more in unstable times because you're not sure of being able to get those goods. It costs more to get those goods. That's part of what the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea, they're helping to increase the prices because they keep attacking all of the ships, whether it's tankers full of oil or food, it doesn't matter. Those terrorists are helping to increase the price, and it's causing inflation and a global food shortage. It's helping to increase that as well. And that's because Joe Biden's a weak leader. And he can't get the job done because he doesn't want to talk about the failure of stopping the Houthi terrorists, a group that up until 7 months ago, Joe Biden was giving them $100 million a year. He was funding the Houthi terrorists. He took them off the terrorist watch list and gave them hundreds of millions of dollars per year of your tax money. And the consequence of that is they use that money not to feed the people of Yemen, but to buy rockets and to buy missiles and to attack our ships, our military and civilian ships, the food and oil and energy that we need in America and around the world. That's what they did with that money. That's the direct consequence of the Biden administration that he doesn't want to talk about. And the news media, in fortifying the 2024 election, have decided not important, you don't need to know. Again, if anyone thinks that I am misunderstanding the facts, I don't care about the feelings. You have whatever feeling you want. I don't care if you like it, don't like it. Whatever feeling you want, you have. Those are your feelings. I don't need them. You don't need my feelings. I don't need yours. Keep the feelings because they're unimportant to me. The facts, if you dispute the facts as reported by every international credible news agency that I am quoting, well, that's a conversation. Let's talk about that. Fair enough. So, this is... I know I've gone pretty far away from where I was initially, but I want you to understand how all of this is connected. This is all coming back to weak leadership in America enabled all of the rest of these things to happen. Poor decisions based on politics, based on trying to appease a progressive voter base has consequences that continue as we speak. I'm sure that the Biden-Harris administration did not intend to support terrorism around the world, but they did. That terrorism has been affecting multiple nations as well as Americans in multiple countries, and that is endangering America as we go forward. It's just the reality. And I have to believe that when Hamas says, hey, Look at this. For 100,000 votes, we get 320 million American dollars. We get the Americans to build a port that will make it easier for Hamas to get weapons, to get food, to be able to supply their soldiers and continue to try and commit genocide against Israel. And all it costs is potentially 100,000 votes. In fact, it's not even that they're guaranteed. It's not even Biden is guaranteed that he will get 100,000 votes out of Dearborn, Michigan. It is maybe. This is all for the potential of getting those votes. That's terrifying to me. That's upsetting to me. And it should be upsetting to you. It should be part of the conversation. Why isn't MSNBC having this conversation? CNN. They won't have this conversation because they know I'm right. Because at the end of the day, they know that what I'm telling you is correct, is the truth. That this is the only logical consequence of what's been happening. They know this, which is why they don't want to have the conversation. Because there is only one conclusion when you look at the facts, not the feelings, but the facts. You only come to one conclusion, which is what I am stating to you now. And that means you probably won't vote for a Democrat if you come to that conclusion. And that they cannot live by. That they cannot abide, which is why they caused so much disruption on this channel before we started. But let me go forward. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what's been happening there, what's happening with Iran, and how that's going to be affecting us going forward, what's happening with Hamas, and how that's affecting us, and the hostages, and I want to prepare you for that. Please remember that also we are in a global food crisis that it started in 2022. It will continue until at least, at the very earliest, 2025. And so I believe that as we get closer to this election, and as the world is seeing that it is likely we will have Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, in charge. And Donald Trump is someone that they fear and respect. Notice I didn't say they did whether or not world leaders like him, because who cares? That's not a requirement of the job. I don't know who lied to the American people and made them believe that being liked is as important as being respected and feared. It isn't. It has nothing to do with it. Whether any of the world leaders want to have a beer with Joe Biden or Donald Trump is meaningless. It's will they respect what they say and what they do. That's what's important. Do they respect and fear them to be in compliance to have more peace in the world? That's what's important. Whether or not they want to eat dinner with them, have a conversation, who cares? Who cares? It's unnecessary. It's literally just outside the realm of importance. Completely. So they are seeing that this change in approach by the United States is likely, and based on the history of the Trump administration, the 4 years that he was in power, we got to understand his style of leadership, which is strong, and they were afraid of that. They are afraid of it again. So we are going to see in the coming months, throughout the summer and the beginning of the fall, you will likely see more terrorist activity, more instability around the world as these rogue nations like China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia are going to try and get as much of a foothold in their various operations as they can, so that when Trump comes in, they just stop in place. They won't move forward. They won't continue what they're doing. They will just hold still while the Trump administration's in power, and they will hope that in 2028 there will be a weaker leader taking over for America. So hopefully another Democrat, another progressive will take over so that they can then continue what they were doing before. Just like they did when we went from Obama to Trump. They just stopped. The fighting with the Crimea and Ukraine with Russia, that was under the Obama administration. That started in 2013. When Trump came in, Russia stopped. They just didn't keep going forward. As soon as Trump is out, well, then they had Biden. and they went, well, he's weak. So they went straight forward. They picked back up where they left off. That's exactly what we're looking at again around the world. So be prepared. It will be a difficult summer. It will be a difficult fall as we will see nations, and God forbid, the fourth quarter in winter, in the last few days of the Biden administration, before Trump actually takes power, you will see many of these despots, these terrorists, taking action in the last moments before they will have to deal with retaliation from the Trump administration. I truly believe that. If you think I am wrong, please tell me why. If you think that Biden could do better, please explain to me how. I can't see it. That's not what the history tells us. That's not what all the evidence tells us. You may have that feeling. That's great. Have whatever feeling you want. I want evidence. I want facts. I want to see how you get to that conclusion, because I don't get there. And I don't want to see more of our tax money spent on terrorism. And I truly believe that $320 million, there's a reason why for over a month, not one international news organization, not once did the Biden administration stand in front of the American people and say, oh, by the way, I'm going to spend $320 million. This could have been money that we spent on American kids that are starving, on the homeless in America, on the infrastructure of America. This is increasing inflation in America. This is $320 million we don't have. That is $320 million of extra debt created solely so Joe Biden could get 100,000 votes, potentially. We created this debt. We could have fed the kids in Haiti and gotten the Americans back home, 40,000 of them, for less than $320 million. And yet, he built a pier. There is a reason why you did not hear Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary for the Biden administration, tell the American people how much it cost. Why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris never once said, how much does it cost? They would never tell you how this is going to be increasing inflation, making poor people even more poor, because Joe Biden wants to help the terrorists because he might get 100,000 votes out of it. Do you see why I'm upset? Can you see how this is upsetting news? How this is infuriating? And this is an essential part of going forward the 2024 election. Now, I know Joe Biden said, hey, I'm going to have 2 debates. And where is it? I have it. I have so many things I wanted to share with you guys. Where is it? There it is. So earlier this week, Joe Biden decided to parade around and say he's such a smart, great guy, that he's doing such a wonderful job that, guess what? He offered 2 debates. And he's like, hey, Donald Trump, how about that? I'm going to give America 2 debates. 2 debates. Do you dare take 2 debates? As we showed in just 60 seconds, Donald Trump on April 2nd offered American voters 7 debates. That's what was on the table on April 2nd. Now, the mainstream news media downplayed this. They didn't want to talk about this. They tried to ignore this because Joe Biden doesn't want to do 7 debates. I don't think Joe Biden has the energy and the capability of doing 7 debates. And if you did 7 debates, you would actually be able to focus on, say, foreign policy, infrastructure, taxes, the economy, jobs. You could actually, immigration, illegal immigration. You could actually take the Second Amendment. You could go through issues, abortion. You could actually do entire debates on the issues that Americans actually care about, that are actually affecting Americans' lives. You would be able to do that if you had 7 debates, especially if those debates take place before people start doing early voting. Joe Biden doesn't want that, because the more debates he has, the fewer things he can hide from, that he would actually have to have an answer for the American people, explaining how he has failed and why he failed. He doesn't want to have that conversation. The mainstream news media don't want him to have that conversation. So they didn't mention, or mentioned as little as possible, on April 2nd, that Donald Trump said, let's have 7 debates starting in the summer, so people will have something to judge us by, to actually see what the plans are for who has the stronger leadership and the better plan and policies for America. No, that was downplayed. April 12th, 5 of the largest mainstream companies, that includes ABC, CBS, NBC, and several other companies, all came together and said to the Biden administration, hey, you need to debate Trump. Because up until that time, for 10 days, the Biden administration said, we're not sure. It all depends on the polling. It depends on if we start polling bad or we continue to poll badly against Donald Trump, then maybe we'll actually do a debate. But until we see the poll numbers, we're not going to say. And 5 of the major mainstream news media companies on April 12th came together, put a petition, and said to the White House, no, you have to debate Trump. And traditionally, there's 3 debates in a presidential election, not less, and usually more. At least 3 debates. You should be doing this. You should say yes. Well, it was this week, just about 3 days ago, we finally got the answer from Joe Biden, and he said, I'm going to debate Donald Trump twice. That's less than what's normal. That's less than what's historically the average. 3. That's what we're supposed to get. 3, at least. So we could deal with the economy, we can deal with foreign policy, and then 1 extra one for anything that's left over. But no, he said 2. So he wants to cut out as much opportunity to discuss the issues affecting America as much as possible. He wants to leave foreign policy down to just 1 question, maybe, per debate, to minimize the number of conversations he has to have about inflation and stagflation and the lives and the rising unemployment. He will get 1, maybe 2 questions on that, because there just won't be time. And that's why Joe Biden said 2 debates, not the standard 3, and nowhere near the 7 that were requested. And the news media jumped through hoops. They were dancing for joy, saying, aren't you lucky? Joe Biden said 2 debates. Aren't you happy? You should be excited. Why wouldn't Donald Trump say this? You know what? Donald Trump's a bad leader because he didn't offer anything. By the way, he did. We're just not going to talk about it. It doesn't matter that there's evidence of this. Joe Biden said 2, and that's just wonderful, and you should be happy. Vote Democrat. Please vote Democrat. And then we got people like this one. This is from ABC News. And in the ABC News coverage, we had the subliminal bias of the media that was revealed. As we showed in this, it's just 60 seconds, in this clip, we show how he is denigrating and insulting Donald Trump for having offered more debates and for accepting the 2 debates that Joe Biden is willing to do. That Donald Trump said, yeah, absolutely. Anytime, any place. He literally said that a month ago, and this guy's just shaking his head. Oh, that's just so terrible. Oh, like, how dare Donald Trump say anything? That's subliminal. That's meant to get into your mind that Donald Trump is somehow not trustworthy, that somehow Donald Trump isn't honest, even though he offered you more. He offered the American people and the news media more. And let's be honest, the news media is mostly into that because they want the ratings. More debates with Donald Trump means more ratings, and they desperately need the ratings because they can't compete against YouTube. They can't compete against Facebook. They can't compete against Rumble. They are losing, and no one likes the Biden. No one likes the Biden-Harris administration and their policies. There's no positives to point to. They have nothing that will make Democrats or progressives look good. And so They're losing ratings. They want more debates. But yet, since they can only get 2, because that is the only way they can be sure that Biden won't lose more votes, that he won't completely be lost, because their math was if he does no debates, he will look like a coward and he will lose votes. Therefore, he loses the election. So he'll do 2, a minimum, not enough time to focus on anything. He will get by, and the news media will be able to patch together his conversation so it looks like he's actually doing something when he's not. And they'll be able to excuse his failures because it's only 2 debates and it will go rapid fire. People won't be able to keep up with it. That's why we're getting this. Now, let me go back to the comments. Mike Bowie is with us. Hello, Mike. And Mike says, who will be the moderator on CNN? I have no idea. I believe they're still talking about where the debates will take place and the exact day and who's going to be the moderator. And we're seeing the news media say, well, Trump is trying to back out of it or he's afraid. No, he's not. He's the one who offered more. It's the Biden administration that has the problems. All the problems with the debate are on the Biden administration because he has to defend his policies that are indefensible. He has to justify the inflation that he has created, the economic policies, the Bidenomics that have failed. You know that. I'm not saying anything new. You went to the store today. Today, when you went to the store, everything you bought was at least 25% more expensive, if not 40 to 50% more expensive than it was 4 years ago. You know that for a fact. I don't have to make up anything. You went to the store. You paid your bills. You know your bills are up somewhere between 12 to 19%. I don't need to tell you that. You paid the bills. You know that. But the media is going to tell you Bidenomics is good and you're doing better than you think. You just don't understand. That is their answer. And that is so insulting to the American people. You just don't understand how good Bidenomics has been. You just don't understand how well you are doing. That is insulting as we see 19, 20%, depending on how you want to count, up to 24% inflation and continuing to go higher. Massive increase in national debt. Massive increase in bills for everyone across this nation. And they're telling you, oh, well, you just don't understand. That is insulting and aggravating. Insulting and aggravating. But again, their big thing is they're trying to push this idea. Oh, Jill Biden, who's not elected, so who cares what Jill Biden thinks? I know a lot of people say, well, she's the first lady. Fantastic. She's the first lady. She's not elected. I don't care. She's not a politician. I don't care. She doesn't make policy. I don't care. She doesn't do interviews about policy because she's not elected. She has no influence. But Jill Biden says that Trump would destroy public education. How does she know that? You see, this ignores the fact that we have 4 years of a Trump administration and public education. We know what the Trump administration does with public education. We lived through it. We had 4 years of it. He didn't destroy it. By the way, it wasn't the Trump administration that was running around and telling black kids that they don't know what the word computer means. It is the Biden administration that has been in charge of New York State, as an example, that has been in charge of New York State. Democrats have run and controlled New York for 60 years. And if black kids in the Bronx do not know what the word computer means, it's not because of Donald Trump. It's because of Joe Biden. It's because of Democrats. It's because of progressives. So if anyone is destroying public education, it's not Donald Trump, who's not in power, who in the 4 years that he did have power didn't destroy the education system. No, it's the Democrats who have indoctrinated our kids. You didn't see Harvard and MIT and Binghamton University, the colleges across this country, UCLA, you did not see them having autonomous zones, which are insurrectionist. You didn't see them having riots, breaking those buildings and the cities around them. You didn't see these kids going out and supporting terrorism under the Trump administration. You see that under the Biden administration. You saw that under the Obama administration. Factually, I don't care how you feel, factually, empirically, it's the Biden administration, it's the progressive ideology that is destroying public education, not Trump. Does anyone disagree with me? I'm always happy to hear that. Dow says that Jake Tapper has agreed to be one of the moderators. Thank you for correcting me on that, Dow. I hadn't paid attention to the actual moderators because it could change up until the day. But yes, Dow mentions that Jake Tapper is one of them, who is not one of my best choices for an individual. He has a large amount of bias. Even within the American news media, Jake Tapper is known for his incredible bias against Donald Trump. He is a never Trumper. So that tells you something about some of the people they're putting in. Mike Bowie says, have you mentioned Biden's executive order to close the border yet? What executive? What closing the border? Joe Biden wants the border open. The colleges want the border open. Progressives want the border open. Even in New York State. Think about this, Mike Bowie. For everyone watching, think about this for a second. We know for a fact 150,000 plus, at least 150,000, if not significantly more, illegal aliens entered New York State. Over 110,000 of them did not come from a bus from Texas. They weren't sent by Governor Abbott of Texas. Maybe 40,000 did. 110,000, 3 times as many, came to New York on their own because New York State has a sanctuary policy. They are violating United States federal law on immigration. They're breaking the law because we're a sanctuary state. Open border. And 110,000 of them are literally destroying the infrastructure of New York City. That's why New York City is losing $5 billion a year by itself just for taking care of those illegal aliens. New York State is suffering billions of dollars of loss and infrastructure harm because of those illegal aliens. Okay? So, and their answer, Kathy Hochul, Eric Adams, the leadership in the Democratic Party, they have all said, Carl Hastie and the rest of them, they have all said, oh no, but keep the border open. We can't afford this. They are desperate for money. The infrastructure is falling apart. They can't take care of the illegal aliens. They can't even figure out where to put the illegal aliens. But they refuse to stop the flow that is causing the problem. They want the gates open all day, every day, 24/7. They want more and more illegal aliens to come in, even though they can't handle the ones they already have. It is already breaking our backs with the 110,000 illegal aliens already here, and yet they're more than willing to have even more come in. And they will. Because if you offered me $60,000 that I could live in a 3 or 4 star hotel, I could get a debit card for free food, and you're going to pay me extra money just so I could live, and I get all of that just for being there, why wouldn't I tell? It would be a crime for those illegal aliens not to tell their brother, their sister, their mother, their dad, their family members and friends, come to America and get all of this free stuff. Get all the free stuff you can get right now. Because under the Biden administration, they are giving away everything. They are giving free stuff that American citizens don't get. We are spending twice as much in New York City, in Boston, in Chicago, in LA. We are spending 2 times as much, if not more, on the illegal aliens than on American citizens. American citizens make what? $35,000 a year. We're spending over $70,000 a year per illegal alien, not per family, per illegal alien in every one of those cities and across America. Where's this money coming from? Why wouldn't the illegal aliens continue to flood in and get the free stuff as much as they can? I can't blame their logic. I blame them for breaking the law. I don't want to reward them for the crimes they're committing because they are criminals. That is a fact. They have broken the law. But I can't fault their logic. The progressives keep saying, yeah, but keep coming. We'll let you break the law. We will reward you for breaking the law. We will give you a better life for breaking the law. Why wouldn't they do that? So I'm not surprised. Whoa! Whoa, what just happened? We had hundreds of people watching the program. And suddenly I lost hundreds of people who were watching the show. I don't know how that's possible. YouTube, Facebook, what did you guys do? We had hundreds watching. Okay. Well, maybe they'll come back. Maybe it's because we're talking about the facts of what's happening with Biden and the administration. We'll see. It seems like I'm being blocked. Okay. Let me see. Dow says Biden's administration wants him because he will liberally apply the mandated dump button when Trump speaks to control. Oh, Jake Tapper. Okay. Dow saying that the Biden administration wants Jake Tapper as a moderator for the debates because he's going to try and put a dump button. He's going to try and silence Donald Trump so that he can control the narrative. Now, Dow goes on to say the order Biden is considering to close the border keeps the border open up to 4,000 crossings per day, after which the Border Patrol would be able to detain and reject further crossers. It is not realistic. It doesn't matter. The reason why I've completely discounted that and said it's open, because whether you're trying to say, oh, we're going to have 4,000, how do you know it's 4,000? We can't count how many people are coming across the border right now. We can't control the number of people who are coming across the borders right now because they're getting free stuff. They're coming over in swaths. We can't keep a count of them. And he's saying, well, we'll get it up to 4,000. You have no idea. That's one of the problems. So the number, having it limited by number is not realistic. Two, the logistics of being able to talk. We have thousands of miles of border just in the southern border, not counting the northern border. So what if we get 3,000 people that come through Canada? We get hundreds of people who come through Canada, at least, if not thousands. What if we get 3,000 that come through Canada? Who's going to tell the southern border? Who's going to tell the guys in Texas or California? How are they supposed to know? How are we going to reach every single one of the locations that people are pouring into the nation in front of? We won't. We have no way of doing that. So it's not realistic. Dow goes on to say, in their current iteration, the Border Patrol cites inability to stem crossers and enforcement without zero tolerance and sustainability. Of course. Dow goes on to say, audience is probably still watching. There it is. Yeah, they're back. So literally for a second, I lost, I can see some of the numbers, and on YouTube and Facebook, we lost instantly. It's like YouTube dumped hundreds of people from watching the show, and now they're back. So here we go. Mike Bowie says, Biden's promise to close the border with an executive order implies that he is purposefully leaving it open now. No, Mike, it's not an implication. It is a fact. The law requires that the border is closed. That's what the law states. As the president, it is his job, it is his absolute obligation to enforce the law as it exists in the United States. He doesn't get a choice. This is what the law says. This is what he's supposed to do. Period. He doesn't get interpretation. That's maybe a judge. That's not for him. So he is actively keeping it open. And by saying that, well, it would take an executive order, well, that means he has thrown away his responsibilities. He's hiding from it. It's really simple. It's really simple. It is his problem. And again, If there's anyone who thinks, Mike, you just don't understand. Okay, fantastic. Explain it. Clarify it for me. I'm more than happy to hear the evidence that you have that says, Mike, you just don't understand. Okay, let's see your evidence. Because I have the Constitution on my side. I have the actual statements from CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, the BBC, the Guardian. I have international news organizations that are providing the evidence of everything I'm talking about. You're seeing the links as I'm showing it to you. And at the end of the show, you'll see all the links of all the research that I've done just in this week, in the days coming up to this show. I show my evidence. So for those who are supporting Biden, please explain. All right. So obviously we talked a little bit earlier about the international and the aspects of what's happening with Iran, what's happening with Hamas, the American hostages, which we are very, very angry about. And I still want to see the American hostages returned. I want our people back home. I'm just double checking. We still don't know what's happening with the Iranian president. Iran is still trying to make it sound like it's not as bad as it was. Oh, we are starting to hear about this. There is news that is breaking, by the way, about the safety of Americans on our subway system. And so I just want to share that with you guys real quick. So according to the New York Post, Kathy Hochul has failed yet again. Not just with the education system, but remember, it was a month and a half ago, Kathy Hochul activated the National Guard. 750 members of the New York National Guard were activated to go into our subway systems to protect the citizens, for everyone, Americans, using the New York subway system, to protect them, because you could be, killed, pushed in front of a train or shot. Well, that has gone so well that straphanger slashed on Manhattan subway station with attacker still at large. This just came out 2:42, about an hour ago. And the news is just coming out that a 36-year-old woman was slashed by a madman with a blade on the Lower East Side subway station. That was Sunday morning, today. This is in Kathy Hochul subway, where she put in extra National Guard as well as police to protect people in the subways. As she promises you, you are safe. Don't worry. The revolving door, the criminal justice reform, the bail reform has been working. The reduced numbers of police officers, the disbanding of the police, the defunding police, it has all been a positive. It has been good for you because progressives are very, very happy. But by the way, you're also getting stabbed to death. You are also getting shot. You're also getting attacked because the police aren't stopping this. You aren't safe yet again. And you don't have to believe me. This isn't about me. Again, this is the news that is being reported as we speak. This is the evidence that we have right now, that the progressive socialist policies have failed, that the democratic rule of New York has yet again failed. Kathy Hochul failed New York when she said that the college students, that when Bronx students don't know the word computer, that is a failure of the democratic socialist rule of New York. That is a fact. It's their policies that prevent those kids from learning, if that's the truth. And I don't think it is. But it is also a fact that the policies of bail reform, of criminal justice reform, the policies of preventing women from being able to arm themselves, to be able to protect themselves with a firearm, a concealed carry. Yeah, New York State has made women targets, and that's why we see some of these problems. I want you to think about it. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know the details, but maybe if the 36-year-old woman, who I believe is white because they're not being clear about the section, her race, and the way that this is normally written, that means she's probably white. But this woman, regardless of her race, regardless of where she's from, she was slashed. Maybe if she could have concealed carried, as the Second Amendment allows her to do, as the Supreme Court has confirmed she has the right to do, if she were able to do that, if Kathy Hochul and the New York State Democrats didn't get in the way of the Second Amendment, get in the way and fight against the Supreme Court, if they didn't deny this 36-year-old woman the opportunity to protect herself, maybe she would not have been slashed. Maybe that knife-wielding assailant wouldn't have attacked her. Or if he did, maybe he would have been stopped instead of running rampant at large through our subway system as we speak right now. That he is actively running around endangering lives of God knows how many other people. Is he going to attack another woman? Is the assailant going to attack another man, a child? Or is he going to push people in front of trains? Is he going to continue to use a knife to attack them? Because, oh, well, guns are dangerous. He's using a knife. So, what? If I had a gun, I'd be able to protect myself, but he's using a knife. Do you want people with knife fights? This isn't Zorro. This isn't some movie in Hollywood. People aren't going to stand there and knife fight. That's not what's happening. And people are more in danger with these criminal bail reforms, these revolving doors about criminality. Remember the guy last week that we covered that took his belt, choked a woman, dragged her by the belt around her neck between two cars and then sexually assaulted her? Do you remember that happened last week in New York, which we're told is supposed to be super safe? Again, if we were able to have women defend themselves, if New York State, the Democrats of New York State weren't preventing women from being able to protect themselves, maybe this wouldn't be a problem. But that guy in particular, that guy who was going around raping women, he had been arrested 5 times. He had been released 5 times. So you're not safer under these policies. They are not helping you. It's just not making your life better. It's just not. And it's very frustrating to me. It's very aggravating to me. Again, the evidence is in front of you. You're just told, don't remember it. They think you have the memory of a goldfish. They think you will forget. They are very sure that if they barely touch a story, if they just put it out and ignore it, that you won't remember. So that they can get away with telling you, no, everything's fantastic. Everything's going great. It's Orange Man bad. It's his fault. Anything that's bad, it's Orange Man bad. It's MAGA. MAGA is at fault. Making America great. That is the problem. Ooh, how dare you want to make America great? How dare you want women to be able to be empowered by the Second Amendment as it was meant to empower them? That is what it says. It is meant to empower American citizens, which include women. But no. You can't do that because then you might not vote Democrat. One moment. And that kind of reminds me of something. And I want to talk about what's happening with Trump. I want to talk a little bit about what happened with the Bronx this week. So we've been covering a lot of information about what's happening overseas, what's happening with American hostages, Americans that were abandoned in Haiti. We've been talking about the increase in inflation. We've been talking about the upcoming 2024 election. It's a lot of details. But yesterday, something that was very important, I thought was critical, was there was an event in the Bronx yesterday, South Bronx. For people who are outside the Bronx, it's the South Bronx. And it was at the Bill Rainey Park. And what essentially happened is a group of black conservatives and Republicans and independents came together and said that they supported Donald Trump. Now, it wasn't that Donald Trump was showing up in the Bronx. That wasn't the point. They were there to say these Black and Hispanic and Asian individuals across New York State, that in New York City in particular, living in the Bronx, wanted to come together and tell their fellow Bronxites, fellow members of the Bronx, that, hey, you can vote anything but Democrat. You can vote Libertarian, Conservative, Republican, that there are options besides Joe Biden. And that many of those options are better for poor people, for minorities, for New York State, for the United States. And they gave their reasons. That's what the purpose was of the rally in the Bronx yesterday. It was called the Black Patriots for Trump event. Okay. Now, I know this came out, and I know for a week the news about the event was floating around on Twitter. I know for a fact that all of the mainstream news media were notified of this event. They were given the flyer. They were told who the speakers were going to be. They knew what time it was going to be. They knew where it was going to start. They knew that there was going to be a march. Individuals were going to be marching about 1 mile to the park, and that at the park there would be speakers and how long they would be speaking. This was given to the mainstream news media. They knew this. They didn't show up. To be fair, there was one photographer from the mainstream news media. That's it. That's the mainstream media's commitment to a political event, an election event in the Bronx. The bluest of the blue portion of New York City is the Bronx. You would think this would stand out. This would be something that people in the Bronx would want to know about. Why is it that in the bluest of the blue part of New York City, in New York State, that why would black people come together, blacks and Hispanics, and say, oh, we want to vote for Trump. He's a Republican. He's a conservative, or at least more Republican and conservative than Joe Biden. So why would they do that? Don't people want to know? Isn't that newsworthy? What is the argument they are making? Why are they saying this? Especially that on Friday night, we found out that Donald Trump will be coming to the Bronx next week. He will be here on the 23rd, May 23rd. I've already registered for the event myself, by the way, but we know Donald Trump will be here. So obviously, there are more than enough people in the Bronx, black, Hispanic, migrants, you name it. There are more than enough people in New York City and in the Bronx that they have drawn the attention of United States presidential candidate Donald Trump, a former New York City resident. And so he's coming to the Bronx. So wouldn't you want ahead of that to cover the news and say, hey, well, why are these people getting together? What is it that they are saying that has caused a presidential candidate to say, hey, I want to come and talk to you directly. I want my supporters to see me directly. What is it they have to say? You would think that would be newsworthy. But according to the mainstream news media, no, that's not news media. They ignored it. They hid this from the public. They told nobody. Mind you, that doesn't mean the public isn't being informed. It just means the mainstream news media, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, they all ignored that. And I want you to understand with great clarity, the New York Times has over 10,000 employees. CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, they all have offices in New York City. Just a couple of train stops away from the park. We're talking about half an hour, 40 minutes, and they could have been at the event. They had thousands of people that they could have chosen to be there. Many of the people who work for ABC, CBS, NBC, actually, the New York Times, actually live in the Bronx. They might be in that neighborhood. They could have covered this. I covered it. I was there. It's not that hard to get to, and it was more than easy enough for them to cover this. They chose not to. Thousands tens of thousands of employees, they couldn't send one person to spend even 1 hour covering the event. That's a cover-up. That is media bias. That is news media bias. They are hiding. That is actively hiding the truth from you. I'm not saying it had to be national news. Even the local news of New York, the local ABC, CBS, NBC, the local news media could have covered this. They have thousands of employees. They have revenues of tens of millions of dollars. They could have afforded to have someone there for even 1 hour to cover the event, even if they interviewed no one. That means that they did this on purpose because they were notified. They were aware of this, and they chose not to. They willfully declined to let the public know about a newsworthy event that affects the election, the 2024 election, that is going to be a part of that election process, and informed a presidential candidate to come to the city that he wasn't going to, if it weren't for the black supporters in the Bronx, Donald Trump would not be coming to New York City. So this is newsworthy. And the mainstream news media declined to tell the public. In fact, it got a little bit even worse than that. Let me be very clear about this, because at the event, which I covered live from the beginning to the very end, covered the entire event, 2 hours and 52 minutes. And I had over half a dozen exclusive interviews at that event. That's what I was able to do. CNN could have done it. MSNBC could have done it. New York Times could have done that. They could have covered this. They could have done the interviews. They have more equipment, more people, could have covered it far, far better than I did. They chose not to. But while I was there, and I'll get into that in just 1 second, I want to highlight something here. By the way, just so you know, this guy on the left, wait a minute, give me a second. This guy on the left, I'm here, this is where my pointer is. He's the one holding this black camera. You can see his badge that he has here on his jacket. He's a plain clothes cop. You can see his badge. And he's got a little tag, necklace. Again, identify himself. He is with the police. And he's taking my picture. That's what this image is. I took this picture after he had just taken my picture. Now, I find this very interesting because he had no reason to. This was more than an hour into the event. More than an hour. I have been there. I'm there with my camera. I'm live streaming. I am taking pictures, of which I have many. This is one of them. I had over 1,300, almost 1,500 photos that I took, still images, as well as live streamed and did interviews. And he was there watching this. He was there for the first hour and a half, thereabout, of the event. And in that time, he really didn't move from the center of the event, from right next to most of the speakers. He's right next to Consuelo there. She was one of the speakers at the event. And he's pretty much stayed next to her the whole time. But he took my photo. Now, I can't confirm whether he was taking pictures of the other people at the event, but no one was being violent. No one destroyed any property. No one pretended or acted in any way to be violent or to destroy any property. Yes, there was one individual who was not part of the event, who was an agitator, that he was running around, and you can hear him if you go to my live stream, you'll hear him and actually see him at some points running around just screaming at the speakers, screaming at people who are at the event, trying to instigate a fight. Yeah, there was that one individual. one out of over 100 people that were at the event, and God knows how many dozens upon dozens of people who were passing by in the park or driving past that were paying attention to the event. I don't even know how many hundreds were aware of it because it was happening, but one individual was at the event and he was agitating. And this officer, while that guy was there, this officer didn't care about him. Not one police officer. There were over 12 officers at the event. I don't know why there were that many police. We're talking about over 100 people at the rally, about 100 people, all of them peaceful, holding up their signs, listening to speakers, not bothering anyone else. There were 12 officers there. 12. That's incredible. That's about as many officers as they sent to Columbia College. That's about as many as they sent to City College of New York for the protests and the riots that are happening because of the support for Hamas by those students. They sent 12 to the Bronx. I don't understand it. And this one plainclothes cop, I don't know his name. I didn't get his name. I didn't get his badge number. If anyone knows who he is, if anyone can identify him, fantastic. I don't care. All I want to know is, why were you taking my picture? What was it that I was doing on public property as a member of the press, actively covering a newsworthy event? What about that process justified this NYPD officer taking my picture? And on top of that, I would love to have the NYPD explain, why do you need my picture? What is the purpose of taking my picture at an event that I am covering? Why are you taking my picture? Again, he didn't take a picture of the crowd. He wasn't taking a picture, as far as I am aware, he wasn't taking pictures of the other Republicans, the conservatives, the Americans there that were supporting Donald Trump, that were there to share their support of Donald Trump with each other. He wasn't going out and take pictures of the flag-waving individuals or any of the speakers at the event. He took a picture of me, news media. That's something that you should really be thinking about, folks. That's something that's kind of important. I think that it's important. Let's see. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Dow says, do you suppose he was taking photos for the NYPD for promotional materials? I doubt that. I doubt that he was trying to promote the safety of New York or the news media friendliness of New York. I truly doubt that. I think that he was putting together a catalog of individuals who are in the news media that support Donald Trump, or more importantly, do not just go with the approved message. Oh, here's a person who's in the press, who reaches the public, who reaches an audience, and I want to identify him. That's what you see authoritarian governments do around the world. Mind you, I love the police. I support and back the blue. But I am also very concerned when we have individuals, because just because I support police, just because I support the blue, does not mean that is universal and all-encompassing. There are bad people that are police officers. That happens. There's people who have bad intentions with power. That happens. So this guy, I don't know what. I have this feeling that he's doing what authoritarians do. They take pictures of the news media because when they want to silence someone, when they want to stop people talking, when they want to hide the things that they are doing, they go after the news media and the people who speak up the most. That's on the left, the right, that's for and against. You're not safe. It's the same thing that happened in Russia, in the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union, the Russians, the socialists took over, they threw their own people, their own socialist supporters, they threw them in jail as fast as they threw the opposition in jail, because they wanted to silence all the voices. They wanted absolute control. Now, am I saying that this is why he is doing this? And I do see the comment over on Rumble. I'm going to get you in 1 second. Now, am I saying that this was nefarious? I think so. Am I saying that this absolutely was? I can't say that for sure. Do I understand what the purpose was? No. Was there something happening behind me that I was unaware of? I doubt it, because I was taking pictures and photos and I had a pretty good image of everything. I was looking around what was happening around me. That's part of being someone covering a live event. I've done this dozens upon dozens of times. Your support allows me to go out and cover these kinds of events. So no, I don't think it was anything like there was someone there doing something bad. No. I think this was all about suppressing my voice, making sure that I didn't get heard. That's what I think it was about. I think that's exactly what he was trying to do. Trying to silence my voice, making sure that you don't get to. At some point, I expect that there will be a knock on my office door while I'm doing this show, and it will be the New York Police Department. I expect that I will be out at some public event in New York City, and I will have a New York City police officer under orders pull me over and say, hey, we need to speak with you. You are breaking some law that no one's ever seen before, that no one pays attention to, laws that no one has ever enforced before. Something like what they did to Dexter Taylor. Dexter Taylor, who was sentenced to 10 years in jail because of a law no one has ever been arrested or charged with, ever. He's the only person in New York State, that has ever been charged with this crime. And he is the only person who's been convicted of the crime. And he's going to jail for 10 years because the judge in the case says the Second Amendment doesn't apply in her courtroom, which is a lie, a blatant, absolute, unforgivable lie. The Second Amendment applies everywhere, especially in courtrooms where a judge is there to support the Constitution, not to support a political party or political ideology or their preference. It is to support the Constitution. And the Second Amendment is part of the Constitution. Dexter Taylor, a law-abiding citizen who was living a hobby, he was training to change a career, he was punished with 10 years of jail time. And do I think that perhaps some NYPD officer under orders from someone in the government or because of their own political ideology decided to take pictures? Maybe. Now, I know some people will say, but Mike, he took your picture because he thinks you're attractive. Maybe. Maybe he looked at this handsome mug and said, my God, you are so damn handsome. I need a picture of you, especially as you're covering the news media. You're taking pictures of people. It's just exciting. You are a manly man, Mr. Voss. Maybe that's what he wanted to say to me. Maybe that's why he took the picture, so that he could have that manly image in his phone everywhere he went. It is possible. And if that is the case, I thank you for the compliment. I am highly complimented by that. Not my lifestyle, not my interest. No, thank you. I'm not going to date you. That police officer, I want you to understand, if you were doing that because you thought you might be able to ask me out for a date, no, not going to happen. I'm heterosexual. I date women. No interest. But, hey, maybe that was his thing. Again, I'm not holding his life. He can do whatever he wants. He's not doing it with me. But I don't think that was the case. He didn't try and ask me out for a date. He didn't approach me at any point. He just took my picture, something that I have seen happen overseas. It's something that I've seen authoritarian governments do. It is something that we have historically seen only when they are looking for people to crack down, when they are trying to enforce the approved messaging of the approved government sources. Let me see here. Let's look at some of the comments. And I'm going to go over to Rumble in just 1 second. Hari Anada, I will be getting to your comments in just 1 second, please. So Mike Bowie says, looks like he's from the Matrix. He does have that kind of Matrix look. He who knows, could be part of the program. Mike Bowie says, maybe he thought you were Morpheus. Well, that'd be funny. Yeah, I'm Morpheus. Maybe. But I find it interesting, again, that there were at least 12 police officers that I was aware of at the event to cover peace-loving people. They don't have 12 officers at several of the colleges. There's over 200 colleges in New York City. A lot of people don't know that. 200 colleges in New York City alone. Highest density of colleges in any one area in the entire United States. 200, and they don't send 12 officers at Cooper Union. When the Cooper Union pro-Hamas protesters were trying to break down the doors of Cooper Union's library to attack 7 of their fellow students, they didn't send 12 police officers to Cooper Union for that riot in process. They didn't do that. But they had 12 in the Bronx to watch Republicans and conservatives say they'll vote for Trump. That should scare you, folks. Okay, so Hari Anada says, good to hear you. Thank you. And Hari goes on to say, they are far away in Hawaii, watching the program. Thank you. I think, Hari, you are the first person from Hawaii watching the show live in Hawaii. So I appreciate and thank you. You're 6, maybe 7 hours behind us? Wow. It's kind of like when I get someone from the United Kingdom watching the show, and I know that they're 7 hours ahead of us. So you're like 6, 7 behind. Hari goes on to say, you have support and love from a humble Irish-German guy who's always been anti-establishment and never trusted politicians. President Trump is bringing us all together. Again, this is coming from Rumble. These are comments on Rumble, and I appreciate and thank you for that. Hari goes on to say, together with Q? Okay. Hari Anada says, these people are constantly committing crimes against humanity because they're demonic. We're fighting a spiritual battle. We all need to continuously put on the, quote, armor of God, end quote. This is Ephesians 6:10 to 18. Okay. I'm not religious on the program. I don't usually quote Bible verses, but I thank you for bringing that up, and I thank you for sharing your thoughts and your opinion. It is important, and I appreciate that you're in Hawaii, 6 hours behind, and you're watching to see what happened in New York, because what happened in the Bronx is affecting people in Hawaii. And it is a statement. It is important to know that if police are seeing that officers are able to get away with harassment, which is what I classify what happened in the Bronx yesterday, harassment against the press, if they see that the press can be suppressed, can be imposed upon in New York City, in the Bronx, well, they can do it in Hawaii, they can do it in Florida, they can do it in California or anywhere else in the country. And that should make people very nervous. That is a problem. Harry says they don't normally quote the Bible. That's fine. Hey, not a problem. Again, I'm not against it. It's just that sometimes people will say, but Mike, you don't usually do that. So I just wanted to clarify for people who haven't seen it, that's not something I normally do. Because anything I say, there are individuals on the left who will try to chop up my words and try and use it against me. So that's why I make that clear. But I appreciate, again, Harry, I'm appreciating that you are making comments. And Harry says, our elections are firmly questionable here. I have to say that word because there are algorithms that will shut down the channel if I say certain words. So you're saying that there are serious questions with many elections, local elections across this country at the local, state, and federal level, as we have seen since 2020. Well, that's why I keep mentioning the fortification of the 2024 election, because we know And it was been reported by Time Magazine that there was a fortification, a shadow cabal that worked together to fortify the 2020 election. And we saw how that happened. So it is something that I think people need to be more aware of. It is terrifying. Mike Bowie says, I had my picture taken at a Tea Party rally back in the day. I think it goes in your file. Well, it's not like my file is missing photos. I have literally had every single article. In the last 18 years, I have written somewhere around 3,000 articles that have been on websites, that have been in newspapers, all over. And I've written over 3,000 articles, well over 2 million words that I've written in articles. And I know for a fact that the Library of Congress copied every single article I have ever written twice because I ran for Congress. I know that I have a DOD file. The NSA has a file for me for several reasons. None of them bad, but I know that the NSA has a file on me. I know the CIA has a file on me. I know the FBI has a file on me. The government is not lacking information about me after I left the military. They have been following me. I know for a fact that on a regular basis, the United States government watches this program. I know that for a fact. So it is not a shock to me. I know members of Congress who watch this program on a regular basis. Some that I know and some I know because of the association on the left and on the right, as well as local and state organizations and members. I know there are county executives in upstate New York that watch this program, and their staff watch this program on a pretty regular basis. So it's not like I'm alien to the government. They don't need my photo. They already got it. By the way, if you go to Google, you go to ChatGPT, you type in Michael Voss, you will get me. They will tell you who I am. If you type in to ChatGPT, no Soundbites Allowed, you will get information about me. Some of it accurate, some of it wrong. But they know who I am. I'm in the search engines. You go to France and type in Michael Voss, you type in no Soundbites Allowed, you will get me. I know, I've done it. I actually tested that. I tested in the United Kingdom and in France. And yes, you will find me. So I am not someone who is unknown that they've never seen before. They know exactly who I am. Why is the cop taking a picture of me? It's very upsetting to me. Not because they took my picture. Like I said, they've been doing that for years. They have files on me. I am very well known amongst the legislature of New York State, members of Congress. I'm not some wallflower. I've been doing this 18 years. I've been very prominent and public. So I don't know. It should make people wonder. And I wanted to highlight that because most people don't even know that there was this event. And I'm going to get to the further comments, Harry, in just one moment. Give me a second. But I want people to know that Tim Pool is like, even in New York City, they are cheering for Trump because of the coverage out of the post-millennial. But he didn't even realize I have the entire live stream. There is almost none of the mainstream media covered this. I would love for Tim Pool to cite, I actually had all the interviews. I interviewed half a dozen people at the event, many of the speakers, got them on the record and to have a conversation. I covered I believe every single person who spoke at the event, well over a dozen people. I covered every single one of them. The American people, the voters in New York State and in New York City got to hear every single one of those speakers because I covered it. Not the post-millennial, not the New York Times, not ABC, CBS, CNN. No one else did that. I did. Every single word from the beginning to the end, plus interviews. And you know what, Tim? You should probably have me talk about that. Or at the very least, take some of my coverage and let people know about it. If not for, yes, I would love to have the publicity. Yes, I would. But it's not about my publicity. I want people to know the event happened. I want people to know that blacks are not monolithic. Hispanics are not monolithic. Asians are not monolithic. That people can have these conversations if they want to. That you can talk about politics. Look, I have photos that are covering, and here are some of the speakers that I was covering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, about 18, 19 individuals that were speaking at the event. And I have photos of every single one of them, and I have video of every single one of them as they were speaking. No one else has this. No one else can provide this information. None of the mainstream news media can touch this. They don't have these photos because they didn't have anyone there to take these photos. They don't have this video coverage because I have the video coverage. I provided it. And I am more than willing to provide my coverage to any national news media organization if they ask me for it. All I want is credit. They don't even have to pay me. I would like to get paid. I deserve to be paid for it, but I will not ask it. Give me credit for having done my job for the last 18 years and going out to live event after live event to make sure that people who can have their voices heard. That's why I covered this event, so that people would be able to hear, whether you like Trump or not, whether you like Joe Biden or not, whether you are black or Hispanic or Asian, I don't care. I was there to make sure that when you spoke, you would be heard, because the mainstream news media don't give a damn. They don't want you heard. They want you to be silent. They don't want anyone to know that you exist. Black conservatives are supposed to not exist. And that's why, Tim Pool, they didn't cover this. Black Republicans are not supposed to exist, which is why, Tim Pool, they didn't cover this. That's why there is so little coverage, and I am one of the only, I am the only person that covered every single second of the entire event. That's why I have so many photos, and again, I have over 1,500 photos. This is not even the tip of the iceberg. To make sure that people's voices would be heard, because the mainstream won't do it. They won't do it for you. And that's incredible. Now, let me go to the comments. Bear with me one second, folks, because we have a few comments coming in, and I love that. And I appreciate everyone who gives a comment. By the way, if we've been going for about 2 hours now, please like, share, subscribe. It's the only thing we ever ask for in this program, that we ask you to do, and it costs you nothing. Like, share, subscribe, so that we are able to reach more people. So that when we see that CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, when the mainstream news media fails you, when they hide information, newsworthy information from you, when they try to only shove approved messaging down your throat, you know what? We are here to give you an alternative to that. And that requires like, share, subscribe. That is what gives me the power, the ability to have the interviews, to get to the events, to be able to provide that coverage for you. And if you can afford $1.50 a month, this is a recession. We are in a recession. It is stagflation. So I understand you might not, but if you can afford $1.50 a month, no problem. Please join my Patreon, because that helps me to get to and from these kinds of events, to be able to cover this, to provide the equipment so that you can see this. And the better the equipment, the better you can see it, the better you can hear it. We're always trying to improve. That being said, let me go to the comments here. Lynn has joined us. Hello, Lynn. Thank you. And I know there are many, many, many others. There are hundreds of others, whether on Rumble or on YouTube and Facebook. I know there's hundreds who are watching, but Lynn left a comment and said she agrees. Sadly, she thinks that in terms of the hostages and Hamas, what we were talking about in the first part, talking about the international policy, she agrees that the hostages, she thinks that they will not be coming back alive, that many, if not all of them, are dead. I really want to be wrong. I don't mind being wrong sometimes. And this is one of those things that I really hope I am absolutely wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Let every American, every British prisoner, all of the hostages from around the world, let them go home. But we keep getting evidence over and over again and admissions, and we're seeing leaks come out preparing the world for the fact that there will be massive numbers, at least 40. I think it will be significantly higher. These hostages are dead. And it's because of Hamas. Not Israel, Hamas. Hamas knows it. Because if they could point the finger at anyone else, they would have already told you about it. Nope, it's them. So, Lynn, I am sorry, and I am sad about that, but we do have to know. Let me see. Dow says, normally, if it was a question of just wanting a picture of the event, it would be obvious that he was taking a picture of the crowd for the event. Taking your picture and not talking with you afterwards seems suspicious. Yeah, he never said a word to me. He never approached me. He never got any closer to me. That police officer I was showing, he never got closer to me than I'd say about 6 feet. Never got any closer to me. Never approached me. Again, I was there for 3 hours. He was there for an hour and a half. I was there before he showed up, and I was there after he left. At any point in time, he could have walked up to me and tapped me on the shoulder or just mentioned something in my ear. He never even attempted to do that. So it is suspicious. Now, going over to Rumble, Hari out of Hawaii says, Hari says, I was a big mouth about 9/11 being a questionable job for a few years, saw it as a deep state operation on day one. There's no doubt they've had a file on me for over 20 years. There's a lot of people that the government have files on. If you have spoken up, ever, at any event, ever, if you have liked a tweet, we've seen this. If you have liked the tweet of somebody or a message on social media, ever, they have noticed that. We know for a fact that the NSA is taking a copy of American keystrokes on the internet. So they have a record of every website you have gone through. This is something we know for a fact. There are quadrillions of bytes of information that are collected by the United States NSA, the National Security Agency, and they are copying every keystroke of every American on the internet. We know this. This was part of the Patriot Act. They were enabled by the Patriot Act to copy that. So don't think, well, I haven't said anything publicly, so there is no public file on. Yes, there is. There's a file on everyone in America. Whether or not that is as full as mine, I'm a political activist. I speak nationally. I go to colleges and speak. I speak at various events. I'm more than happy to go to any college and talk about any of the topics that I focus on, like the First Amendment, like Second Amendment, red flags, freedom of the press, living in a communist nation in Moscow, things like that. I'm happy to do that. So I understand. I was a Marine, so I'm not surprised that I have a very full docket. But everyone has one in America. Harry goes on to say, JFK had the acronym WWG1WGA engraved on the bell of his yacht. It says, where we go one, we go all. And since Q came out, to inform some, bear with me, I'm reading the comments as we go. Harry mentions that sadly, they only have one thumbs up, one like that they can give on this video. That's all right. I have over 1,200, maybe 1,300 now, videos that are on YouTube and or Rumble or most any of the social media. You can give likes to all of them. I don't mind. But honestly, it's not about how many likes or people giving more than one like. It's just getting the access to reach more people to have the conversation, like we're having with Harry out in Hawaii, like we're having with Dal, like we're having with Mike Bowie, Jason from Bing, Lynn, and so many others. And I know there are people who watch the program from time to time, like Happy Life, like Graham out of California, and so many others. I know, it's the Bronx. People are running around with their motorcycles. Sorry for the background noise. But there are so many other people who watch this. I am always excited by that. Harry goes on to say, oh, it's Harry. Okay, I'm thinking it's Harry. It's Harry. Like Harry. Harry. Okay. Harry says, my wife and I support Dr. Ron Paul as delegates in 2008. Ron Paul was a very interesting man. I love listening to him. He's very interesting. And I'm glad he recovered from his stroke, his mini stroke. He goes on to say, never been Republican, but we attended the Republican convention in Honolulu in 2008, and they totally pulled the rug out from under us. We got schooled about how you have the election system in Hawaii, and it's unbalanced. There's no hope for fair elections unless the military takes over. Well, I don't trust the military taking over, but I do believe that we have to be, the biggest thing is more Americans need to be involved and aware and having a conversation. The biggest lie that you have ever been told is your vote doesn't count. If your vote doesn't count, why is Joe Biden spending $14 million to try and convince black people to come back and get involved in this next election? Why is it that he spent $320 million to build a port for Hamas because 100,000 people in Dearborn, Michigan didn't vote for him? Yeah, every vote matters. The people who tell you your vote doesn't matter are people who have an agenda. They either know that they have your vote counted for, or they don't want your vote because it's not going to be what they want. Only people who tell you your vote doesn't matter have a political agenda. Absolutely. Your vote is absolutely critical. And the more informed you can be, I'm not saying listen to me only. If you notice, I've never said to you, you should vote the way I do. I don't say that. I'm not telling you that you have to be a Republican or you have to be a conservative or a libertarian. I'm never going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you to be informed and make a decision. I'm telling you to have the conversation, look at the details, whatever it is that's important to you. If you're a woman and it's about women's rights, if it's about defending yourself with the Second Amendment and a concealed carry, if it's about education, if it's about inflation, jobs, illegal immigration, I don't care. Whatever it is for you, I want you informed on that, and I want you to make your decisions based on the information you find. If I'm one of those sources, if I can provide you a link so that you can go and find out more for yourself, then I have done my job. That is the job, to inform you and let you, because you are intelligent, because you have agency, to make up your mind for yourself. That's not what the mainstream media does anymore. That's not what the politicians want anymore. They want you to just obey. They just want you to accept whatever they say when they say it, no matter how much it may conflict with what they've said before, and just accept it. I do not agree. Hey there. Okay, so... Oh, I apologize. Hari. Okay, it is Hari. Let me correct something here. 1 second. So let me correct something. I said Harry for our friend in Hawaii, and I was wrong. I had it right the first time. It's Hari. Hari. As in Sanskrit, which means God. So... Hari. Okay. So I apologize that I said it was Harry. I apologize. I tried to get it right, and I am reading the comments. Yes, folks, I actually pay attention to the comments. I interact with the comments as you guys go. Come here. And by the way, come here. For those who have not seen the program before, usually about 2 hours in, and we're 2 hours and 18 minutes in, we usually take a quick break because this guy, believe it or not, see how cute he is? He's 18 years old. Right? Aren't you? Excuse me. He's 13 years old. Duh. I'm thinking at the time, 218. He's 13 years old. All right. And as spry and as much of a puppy as he looks like, he's not. And so he usually about 2 hours in, right about now, he starts screaming for my attention and also to get a walk. And because he's a bit older, we do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break for a moment. And I am paying attention to comments, and I will be responding to those comments very shortly. For those who don't know and you ask, yes, his name is Khan. He is a half Bichon, half Scotty. He's 13 years old, generally in good health. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video for you guys. I will be back in about 1 hour, which means it's going to be let's call it 5 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. I will be back in 1 hour, 6 o'clock. We will continue to talk about what happened in the Bronx. Not just the police tracking me down, not just that the media didn't tell you what was going on, that they were actually avoiding newsworthy content to try and subvert your ability to vote, that they were trying to fortify the 2024 election by not letting you know what was actually happening. Information so important that we are now seeing a federal national presidential candidate come to New York just because of these kind of events. I'm going to cover all of that when we get back in 1 hour. Until then, you're going to be able to hear us. I forget what I have here. Let me see. Which one did I put up here? 1 second. A conversation with Larry Sharp. I hope you guys will enjoy it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You
Hey, are you tired of the media spinning the truth and pushing false narratives upon you? Well, take a look at this. Over
Hang
the
on,
last 2
folks.
years, while the mainstream media
That's
has
not
been
what we
pushing the
want
whole-
here. That's an ad. Hang on. Trying to get that fixed. And let's see if we can get this right.
And bright stars through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the stars sprinkle then I yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
All right, folks. I'm glad to be back here with you. This is Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, and I am here with you again today on No Soundbites Allowed. Hopefully your most favorite podcast talking about politics, talking about life, talking about everything. And we're looking forward to today. We're going to be talking with a favorite guest of the show, Mr. Larry Sharp. He is the former candidate for the Libertarian Party for the governor of New York in 2018. Did an excellent job. He got the Libertarian Party recognized as an official party in the state of New York. He's a former Marine. He's an excellent individual, and I've had many conversations with him. God knows we've almost always gone over on our time. We were expecting to speak at about 1 o'clock today, and he got delayed because of meetings. He's been all over New York State. People have probably seen him, and I believe that's him right now, so bear with me a moment, folks. That you, Larry? All right, give me 2 seconds. Let me put you on, and we'll be live. One moment, folks. We're going to put Larry on in just 2 seconds here. And Larry, can you hear me there?
I can.
All right. Give me a second. I'm going to try and improve your sound a little bit here so everyone can hear you. And I'm just making sure we can get it up. Is that better?
Sounds good. I am good.
Okay, you're coming across really well here. And I was just letting people know a little bit about you. And we've been talking now, and I was checking it out. We've actually been having conversations since about 2016, you and I. We've been talking about the governor's race. We've talked about guns. We've talked about, well, every issue that affects people in New York State as well as in the nation, I believe. That right?
I think we've covered just about everything.
Yes, indeed. And some people think it's because we're both Marines, but I think it's just because we have great conversations.
Well, I got to tell you, some people who I speak with, they're very much concerned about pushing their own agenda. That's one thing I've never seen you do. You've always tried to be someone who is actually trying to get the data out and looked, even if you disagreed, you still looked at both sides and you try to get information out. And that I really appreciated.
Well, how else are we going to learn? How else are we going to know if we got the right answer or not? That's the way I look at it.
Yes.
And you got to have the conversation, because I always believe none of us, we're all human, none of us have the perfect answer. But if we get enough of us together talking about something, we'll get to the right answer, or at least close to it.
I like the idea that you brought up, the idea of no sound bites allowed, because as I traveled the state last year and the year before, I found that more and more people are angry with the sound bites. They actually want longer form. They want more answers. And the damage that's been done to our nation by different groups has been done over the course of decades. It's impossible for someone to fix it in 1 minute. The idea is, here's a list of all the horrible things about our country. Larry Sharp, 1 minute, tell us how you're going to fix it. Impossible, right? It can't be done. So I think having a platform to where there's actually more communication, better communication, nothing but a win.
Absolutely. And for people who didn't notice, that was a very subtle allegory or reference to the July 2020 Democratic nomination debates, where candidates were given like 1 minute to actually respond to issues like healthcare, national defense, gun control. You can't answer that. You can barely ask the question in a minute, let alone answer it in a minute.
Yeah, and it's completely correct. And what you found, some of them are very savvy, is their handlers told them to use this phrase, "This is important." And a couple of them use that phrase because that phrase, by default, tends to make people wait. And what's important? They would use that phrase to get more time, because they knew that you only get a minute and they needed more time. So they said, "This is important." And the monitor go, what? And they keep talking.
Yeah, which is just deceptive to the public. And it's wrong. Let them speak, or don't. I would rather ask fewer questions and let them actually answer fewer things, and you get a more full answer. Or why are they on the stage? I mean, what's the point?
I would actually rather, if I had to, I'd rather have more debates.
Yeah.
And some form of, a better form, I should say, of weaning them out. Right? I would have rather had 4 debates with 5 people on a stage versus 2 with 10.
Yeah.
And I would have rather had a better way of weaning them out, whether that is through polling. Polling isn't very good, but maybe it's through raising money or whatever they're using now, right? Some way that, chops people up after every round. So you go from, 4 with 5 on a stage each, so you can ask questions and have longer answers, go more back and forth. And then you go down to 3, and then down to 2, and then down to 1, and then boom, now you're rocking and rolling. I think that's the way it should have been done, but they didn't ask me.
Well, no. And for people who don't know a bit about you, let me backtrack, because I know we have a history, but for those who aren't familiar, Larry, you are one of the head voices, one of the leaders of the Libertarian Party in New York State, if not the nation. You ran for governor of New York in 2018. You've had many debates, and you currently, since the beginning of the year, 2019, you've been going across the state trying to build up the Libertarian Party, to grow it, to be able to expand it, and make the party a real viable choice versus Republicans and Democrats. Am I summing that up right?
Yes. I mean, look, since 2017 is when I began my campaign officially. I really began rocking and rolling with it in 2018, obviously, because that was the election year. And with the end of the election, several things happened. One, we got ballot access in New York State, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But not just that. We were able to actually have both the conservative and the Republican parties, and Scope, by the way, in New York, all lose their leadership.
Yeah.
All their leadership gone. And if you're either a Republican or a conservative or member of Scope, you're welcome, because that's because of my campaign, because they were unable to do anything better than the past 16 years, and they needed to change. That was another bit of impact we had in the state. But not just that. On top of that, now we're building out individual county organizations. We only had about 17 of them out of 62 counties prior to the election. Now we have over 20 already, and we're pushing towards 40 by the end of the year. We hope to have all 62 by next year, by next election, 2020. That means we are a viable, realistic party in New York State, a real opportunity, a third party. We are the referees to actually make Democrats be better Democrats, Republicans be better Republicans. That's what we're doing right now. Now, I covered all 62 counties when I was running because they all matter. I talked about the idea of home rule, that each county should be its separate own county. I think it's a great idea. That's how we actually support diversity, is by allowing each county to be its own county. And I'm doing it again this year. I will cover all 62 this year also, and I'm not running for anything. Why?
Wow.
Because your rights matter whether I'm running or not. Your rights matter whether you live in Queens with me or any place else. Your rights always matter. Every county matters. New York State matters, so I'm still doing it.
Well, I should break the news for a lot of people who aren't aware. In Broome County, they just had their meeting. The Libertarian Party, the county party, had its meeting yesterday. I believe they qualified to become an official county party, and they elected a chairman, which I won't take away you guys' thunder. The announcement should be coming out shortly. But I know there's a new chairman that's been elected, and I believe they are official now.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah, and you were here just on Saturday, wasn't it?
That's correct. I was at what was the Park Diner? The Park Diner on Saturday. Yep. Had about a dozen or so people. And I, again, spoke about the issues that matter. One of the things that popped up was we also talked about taxation. So we discussed a little bit of education. So a bunch of things.
Yeah.
I go out of my way to go live, live everything on Facebook whenever I can, because I want people to know that you can just ask me any question, I'll answer it. And you can also see that I have no notes. I talk from the heart, and I try to give actual answers.
No, you've never brought up notes. You do a lot of research like I do, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And actually, I wanted to talk about a few things. Now, I also want to give a little bit of a plug. By the way, folks, if you're interested in learning more, you have a podcast of your own. By the way, I want to get on there. That's the Sharp Way. And I'm showing people who are watching the video right now the Facebook page, as well as the Sharp Way website page as well. And the links will be in the description on the YouTube channel. But I just wanted to show people
also
that.
the YouTube page.
Yeah, I'm showing them both. I'll have all the links on there. But I just wanted to show people that who are watching it in video with us live. Whoops, well, wrong spot. But I want to, and I want to be I definitely want to get on the podcast one of these days, talking about, you pick the subject, but of course I love the Second Amendment.
Absolutely.
But I want to talk about your thoughts. Did you hear the news today? I know you've been out today. We weren't able to speak at 1 o'clock. Did you hear Governor Cuomo just announced the Hate Crimes Domestic Terrorism Act? Did you hear about that?
I have not. No, this is news to me. I was actually doing work today, trying to make some money for myself today.
Oh.
So I actually haven't spent as much time paying attention. What is this glorious thing that I'm sure will be nothing but amazing?
The brilliance of this idea is so astounding that there is no written legislation at this moment that I can find, and I have been searching. So all we have is a couple of headlines that say that this will help protect people from domestic terrorists, and in particular, I believe it's the New York Times is alleging that it's going to protect us from white supremacists, because that's the only domestic terrorists apparently in the nation.
But no, this is the same thing that I keep seeing, right? This goes back to the SAFE Act. I'm going to go back to the SAFE Act.
Oh, yeah.
The SAFE Act came out to stop what problem? Yeah, no.
Whoa, you there?
That no, he was saving us from. It was a response to Sandy Hook, which happened in Connecticut, which hasn't happened any place in the country, even those that. So I don't know what happened there, but that's what happened, right? All of a sudden, it was to protect us from that, which never happened. Then supposedly the SAFE Act was keeping us totally safe. That's what they tell us. So now we have to put in red flag laws to protect us from what? No, it happened in New York State for this to happen. Why is this a problem? So the next thing, of course, is let's stop us from white supremacists, because what's happening in New York State? No, happening. These are fantasy scenarios that we're passing laws to solve nothing. And sadly, too many New Yorkers are so afraid that you'll just say yes to everything. We are simply eagerly and happily surrendering all of our rights because of fear. We're afraid of the boogeyman. And is there that big of a white supremacist movement in New York State that is taking over the state? I don't remember any of it.
Well, I can tell you that, and for people who don't know, Larry, when you get very excited, I think your volume is cutting out the line, and so you drop for a second there, just so you know. That's not us, folks. That's just the connection. But you're right. White supremacy under Obama, it was said by the FBI, was under 8,000 people. And I've seen the media screaming about nothing but white supremacy since 2017. And now they're trying to say, well, that's when I look at domestic terrorism, according to Obama, that's Fort Hood. According to President Obama and many Democrats, that's San Bernardino. According to Democrats and many progressives, that's the Orlando shooting. When I look at that, and I'm saying to myself, well, if that's what those aren't white supremacists. Even if you look at Dayton, which is an individual who's a Democrat, we're looking at even the most recent one with El Paso. That guy was in favor of gun control and was not a follower of President Trump. Where is this? Why are we worried about white supremacy when really the answer is the issue is more about mental health, I think, and we already have laws for this. We don't need a hate crime law.
Well, there are several parts here that bother me. The first one is I don't want to go off and do the mental health thing. A lot of people do. I don't want to walk down that road.
Okay.
Because I think that in reality, it's about people not being happy and feeling trapped. That's not always mental health.
Fair.
Everybody
Fair
gets
point.
depressed. It doesn't mean you necessarily have a mental health issue.
Okay.
Some people do. Don't get me wrong. Some people who have depression have a mental health issue, and some don't. But we all get unhappy. We all feel, trapped at one point in our life. And some people decide that the right answer is violence. That's the issue, right?
Yes.
That's the bigger issue over anything else. But there's a second piece. Do we think we're going to stop white supremacy? And white supremacy is a problem. I think it's overblown right now, but of course it's a problem. Many of these things are problems. How are we going to stop them? We're going to stop white supremacy by yelling at people? By putting them in jail? You know what happens when white people go to jail? They become more racist. When black people go to jail, what happens? They become more racist. When anybody goes to jail, they become more racist. That's what happens. Jail creates these. So putting them in prison makes more racists of all flock, of all color. It doesn't matter. So prison is not the answer. The German people fought the Nazis in the streets. And what did it create? A Nazi state, right?
Right.
You can fight white supremacists all day long. That's not what ended. We fought a war against Nazism, And we won the war. Guess what we still have? Nazis.
Yeah.
They haven't gone away.
Sure.
Fighting them and yelling at them isn't the way to win. They're still Americans. These white supremacists aren't German white supremacists, Russian white supremacists. They aren't people in some other country that we can bomb. They're our own neighbors. When you yell at them and say, we won't what are you going to do? Just, okay, now you won't tolerate. I now love people of color. Is that what happens? Of course
No.
not. Yelling and screaming and fighting is only makes them dig in deeper. When you demand for the impossible under the threat of force, what you get is deception. That's how it always works. So they will simply lie or go underground or whatever the case may be. You're not changing anybody by saying, no tolerance. Zero tolerance, in fact, can make things worse. What do I want to do? I want to open up a dialogue.
Okay.
I don't want to just call somebody a racist because I don't like them when they do something bad. I want to have a conversation. The best example I can give you is that we're doing right now is how the government does actually change people who are former Islamic terrorists. How do they get these people to not be terrorists anymore, right? By putting them in
Good
Guantanamo
question.
Bay. No. Terrorists. By bombing them. No, that creates more terrorists.
Right.
How do you do it? You actually have, this is a true story how the government does, one of the good things it does, very few, this is one thing it does well. It actually has people who are Muslim imams
Right.
converse with these people and talk to them about Islam and get them to believe, wait a minute, this is wrong. Now, does it work? Yes, not 100%, but it does work and has people who've actually helped us to get the bad guys because we've converted them through conversation. That's the way you turn people, not through force.
I have to say, I did not know. I've heard about the conversion and that they were working on that, but I wasn't sure about the details. So I'm glad to hear about that there is some effort going out there, because that is a question you always have to answer is, and then what? Which
Yes.
very rarely the government ever addresses. It's almost never, and then what? Here's the answer.
But remember, the government did this well because they wanted to find a way to kill more people, right? And the government's very good at killing people.
Well, yes, it
So
is.
they had to find a way to kill people. So they found a way to get these people who used to be terrorists to turn to other terrorists so they can kill them.
Well,
so
yeah.
it's a skill set the government has.
Yeah, it is a definite skill set. I have to tell you, though, like many of the laws that we see in the government, and I'm pro-government. I love the government. I like a limited government, but, I'm not an anarchist. I don't want to see the government be destroyed. We hear that from progressive leaders of Tomorrow Plot or Antifa. I'm not in that wing. But I do believe that we need to see more definition here. When we're hearing that, and I've heard from one or two reports that I've seen, that the governor has already signed this bill, this domestic terrorism hate crime law, into law, or I've seen it also said that he has a proposal, but no one knows what it is or what it does. That terrifies me.
Yes, and this is a thing that you will hear very often from too many legislators. They will say things like this: it doesn't matter if the bill is symbolic enough or not, as long as we do something after a tragedy.
I hate do something. I hate do something. That is the worst answer for everything.
That is correct. Yes, there's a joke that actually Judge Jim Gray, who was Gary Johnson's VP nominee in 2012, he would say, "Don't just do something, stand there." And I love that joke.
I like that.
Yes, and that's his thing, right? He's like the opposite. Don't just do something, stand there.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to think first. Just sit there and do nothing, and then we'll figure out if we should even do something. I talk about this often in business, right?
Right.
This happens in business too, and I call this making a rule for an anomaly, right? You're in a business, you've got a that people use in your company, and they eat lunch there, and they work through lunches, and they get work done. And they've been doing it for 3 years with no problem. Then one day, Jim spills coffee. He spills coffee. What do we do? Anything to eat in the lunchroom ever again, end this, because we got to do something because Jim spilled the coffee. But no, when you do that, all of a sudden now what happens? All of the people who used to work there, the average person, they stop using the conference room now. So what's happening? They're eating at their desk, making things worse. They're not getting together anymore. Not as much work's getting done. They're inefficient. The room that you pay rent for every single day is now not being used except by your elite. Your top sales rep walks in with lunch and a soda. Why? You're not. He's your top sales rep.
Right.
The partner walks in because she's the partner and part owner. You're not going to fire her because she's part owner. So the elites use it any way they want, regardless of your rules. And the average person is punished. Things get worse. And the actual answer should have simply been clean up the coffee.
Yeah.
That should have been the answer. Clean up the coffee and keep moving. And we see this all the time.
Oh, absolutely, we do. We really do. Let me switch up gears because I know I'm going to be talking more about this hate crimes domestic terrorism act because it's so stupid on its face and it doesn't work. Look at Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore. All the laws you make don't affect criminals and the criminally insane. But let me switch gears here for a second. And I want to ask you, because I've been noticing there's been a lot of growth with libertarians, with progressives as well, progressive leaders of tomorrow, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York. The fringe left have been growing a lot in New York State and taking over the Democratic Party. We've seen the libertarians have been growing a lot throughout the entire state, as you mentioned, in the counties that are now being recognized and growing. And we're seeing Democrats, traditional Democrats, moderates, and Republicans have been diminishing somewhat. Tell me, what is the Libertarian Party saying, either to get more people or about this trend?
Yeah, let me give you a couple things, and so you can see kind of the bigger picture and how it affects the smaller picture.
Yeah.
The country itself is going left. That's happening.
Sure.
And by any way you measure, that's happening. And if you're a Democrat, good for you. If you're a Republican, not so good for you. But either way, that is what's happening. So why is it happening? It's happening because of one important reason: urbanization. More and more people are moving to cities. Why? Because after 2008, there was virtually no recovery except in cities. In
Sure.
fact, about 20 U.S. cities are responsible for about 80% of all new jobs in the nation. So people are rushing to cities. As people rush to cities, they become more left. Why did they become more left? Because cities, particularly large ones like New York City, we live on top of each other.
Sure.
There are, in 1 square mile of Manhattan, there's 60,000 people.
Easily.
1 square mile, 60,000 people in Manhattan. That's huge. That's bigger than half the counties in New York State don't even have. The entire county has 60,000 people in them. And that's just 1 square mile of Manhattan. Not just that we live on top of each other, we're also mixed cultures,
True.
mixed religions,
True.
mixed age, and we're transient. So we move through all day long. When you have a situation like that, there's no cultural glue that keeps people together. There aren't commonalities that create the right rules and regulations and ways of acting in our culture and society. So what do we do naturally? We beg for an arbiter. We beg for a referee, and that person tends to be government. So we ask for more government to kind of dictate the rules and what we all should be doing because we're transient and living on top of each other. So by default, you become more left. That is happening. That's bad for Republicans. It's good for Democrats, but there's a problem, as you said, the fringe left.
Yeah.
The fringe left, you find people who are the regular Democrats start going, what's going on with this fringe left? My wife was one of them. My wife was a lifelong Democrat many, many years. And about 3 years ago, she said, I just can't be a Democrat anymore. They don't represent me. I can't be them anymore. Now, she won't become a Republican because she spent 30 some odd years believing Democrats are right and Republicans were evil. That's still in her background. So she won't become a Republican. But will she become a libertarian? Yeah, she might. She absolutely could become a libertarian. So good for the Libertarian Party in that we can pick up the unhappy Democrats who think the Democrat Party is going too far left. Not just that, we can pick up tons of Republicans who realize, particularly in a state like New York, statewide in general, they're ineffective. Republicans are effective. See them win often locally, but statewide they're a completely broken party and they do nothing. They haven't won an election in 17 years, so they're not going to win anything. And the state's getting bluer. So the Libertarian Party becomes that place for them to go. The unhappy Republican, the unhappy Democrat. We're here because we don't require you to be liberal or conservative. We just require you to leave the other alone. Let everybody be who they want to be, and we're good.
Okay. And I do want to give some I am a Republican. I am going to give stand up for Nick Langworthy, the new chairman. He's just taken over from Ed Cox, who was in for the last 2 decades. And so, he's got to give him a chance. He may get some things done. I mean, as long as we don't have a single party leadership like we have right now that allows Governor Cuomo to do things like he has been, red flag laws, the driver's licenses for illegal aliens that the entire state opposes, increasing taxes, spending like drunk sailors couldn't spend as badly as the New York State government does. I mean, that's what you get with a single party. May not be great with 2 parties, and maybe not great with 3, although I think that could help as well. But definitely having a single party is not helping New York State.
Well, no, this is the most important thing, and I know you're a Republican. I just want to be very forward with you.
Sure.
The only way we are going to break the single party in New York State is with the Libertarian Party. And it's not because the Libertarian Party is going to become the majority. It's going to be a long time before that happens. I get that. I'm realistic here. But the Libertarian Party can be the actual middle ground that can bridge the gap between both, right? If you've got a Senate that's close Democrat, close Republican, you get 10 Libertarians in there. That's the swing vote. That's what we need. Libertarian Party swing vote there. And if you want to get rid of the governor, lieutenant governor, Republicans never going to win a governor in at least the next 10 years. I mean, it'll take that long to make a massive change in New York State and then a massive change in the nation to bring this state to become red. So Republicans not going to win governorship. I don't care who you put in charge. That's a fantasy for at least 10 years, if not 20. A Libertarian could, because a Libertarian could get the Republican vote and the Democrat vote. That's how a Libertarian could win.
Well, I know that you're interested in the governorship as well, so I'm
a little biased.
You got some bias there, yeah. But that being said, but I want the people to hear different ideas. I want to make your case. That's why you're here. So I'm happy to hear you making that case, because otherwise, how are people going to make a good choice? No matter what their choice is, they have to make good choices. They got to hear. So I'm glad about that. But I want to switch subjects one more time, because I don't know if you heard about the Pan Am games that just went on. Did you hear about that?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did you hear about the Pan Am games that just went on? A kid
I
named...
did. No.
Okay. It's very similar to what happened with Colin Kaepernick, what happened with Rapinoe, who's the head of the U.S. women's soccer. This kid,
Yep.
Race Mbowen and Gwen Berry, 2 of them, were representing the United States at the Pan Am Games, and they both decided to protest when they won their medals and basically disgrace America and denounce America afterwards, that we're a nation of racism and wild gun violence, and we're just horrible people, which I take great offense with. But let me ask you, from your experience with many libertarians, with yourself as well, how do you see that? Is it disgraceful? Is it disrespectful when we see these athletes showing kids that they're dragging the flag, that they're talking down America, that they're saying that we're a horrible country, even as people in China are waving the American flag and singing the American national anthem and using it because we are the symbol of democracy and freedom in the world, but our own kids here who are living better lives than they are trashing our country? I mean, where do you go with that? How do you see that?
For them to protest with the knee, I'm totally fine with it. I know people get completely insane and get angry.
Yeah.
Fine, take a knee. You've won something. You have the bully pulpit, and you want to use that bully pulpit, which you earned through through doing your great sports, whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
And now people are watching you, and you want to take a knee. Go ahead. You remember the 60s?
Yeah.
When the guys who won in track put the black fist in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2, you won. You have a bully pulpit. Trump has one. He used the bully pulpit. Cuomo won. He used the bully pulpit. They talk about what they think is important all the time. Cuomo gets on and talks about the same crap all day long.
True.
He's a governor, so these guys can't. Trump does the same thing. I have no problem with that. Now, trashing the country, I have a problem with that. I do.
Yeah.
But protesting, I have no problem with it whatsoever. If you gained that platform with your performance and you want to put that black fist in the air or take a knee, go ahead. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. I'm not mad about it at all. Go protest. It's a sports game. It doesn't bomb people. People don't die. No one's losing their life. No one's losing their country from it. It just makes people feel bad. And good protesting should make people feel bad.
See, and there I disagree with you because, one, no, I agree that people should protest if they believe in something strongly. I completely agree with that. I disagree that that's the moment to do it. That's a celebration of America, and that's because America gave them the opportunity to be there, which most nations can't. I mean, slavery's still going on in Africa. Women still can't drive or vote in many countries around the world.
Yes, but I don't compare myself to countries in Africa.
No.
I don't do that. I compare myself to modern nations. I compare myself to modern states. I compare myself to my peer group.
Yeah, but
I can't. If I compare myself to some of the horrible states across the world, my God, anything.
Well, here's my thing, Larry.
I'll go cop and just be happy if I compare myself to them.
Oops, you're cutting off a little bit, and I'm not cutting you off. It's just the phone is breaking. But let me say this. I think that the best time that they could do that, after they get off that podium, they're going to have a press conference. People like Colin Kaepernick, he can call a press conference. They're still going to get the national and international attention in that press conference. That's your moment to do your protest. Not on the stage when you're supposed to be celebrating your nation and the ability of that nation to get you to that stage. That's why I find it disrespectful. If they want to protest in the press conference and if they believe in their hearts that America's horrible somehow because they've never been anywhere else in the world and don't understand the troubles other nations have to be able to do what they do every day, that's on them. But being on that stage, that's not the moment. And I don't think that's a good lesson for our kids who are growing up looking at them and saying, oh, I need to be like that. I need to protest America. I need to trash America to be able to have success. Because that's the message I think that's going out there. I don't think it's the message of the protest because they could do that in a press conference.
So you're asking them, this is what you're asking them to do. Here is your biggest moment where most people see you. Don't protest then. Walk away and protest where less people will see you and care about you?
I don't agree with that. The only reason, yes, they're getting the press because they're making the protest, because the nation and the world, some nations are celebrating the fact that our own people are losing their mind. And some people are promoting it because they're like Plot and Antifa and they think the government's horrible. And I can see both sides of it. Maybe it's my preference. Maybe it's just my bias. I'm not saying I'm not, but I think it's wrong. I think it's the wrong format. And I think that they can, if they were to have a press conference afterwards, which they do, and if in that press conference they suddenly went into a diatribe about how much they think America is horrible, even though they won't leave this country and they've never been anywhere else, then go for it. And you know what? That press conference will get the same attention because it's the same attack on America that the people who want to attack America want to promote. So I don't agree that that's the only time they're going to get. They have another opportunity. They don't have to be disrespectful in making their protest. But that's me. I don't know.
I get it. This one we're going to agree to disagree. I don't have a problem with it. And the reality of it is so some guy takes a knee. Did all of a sudden, did we go to war? Did a law change? Did somebody get a job? Did somebody's kid get a better education? Did someone not lose their farm? Yeah. No, it's some guy who's really good at throwing a ball or catching a ball or whatever he does, and he took a knee.
Well,
good for you, man. Take a knee.
No, you got a point. It is more of an emotional reaction. It's not of the politics we talk about often, not the biggest issue, but it counts. I think it counts still.
I'm not that concerned. If people want to protest, they should be able to. And look, America didn't just give them a chance. These guys or gals, they're also great athletes, and they've proven themselves among their peers as being better than the others in whatever game they're playing. and they're good at that. Good for them, and they've earned a spot in the spotlight. And if they want to choose to do it, look, they pay a price for it too, because people like you are calling them jerks and bad and whatever.
Well, I haven't said that.
So they also pay a price for it. They both gain from their side, but they also lose from the opposite side. So they also pay a price for this.
Well, that's true. That is true.
I mean, Kaepernick's career is over.
As well it should be. He's not that great a quarterback.
But the point is, he paid a price for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and these guys who are taking knees or whatever, there are going to be some who aren't going to talk to them now. There are going to be some outlets who would have given them some type of sponsorship, who now won't. So they will lose something. On the opposite side, there will be some very left that will jump all over them and give them something. Of course. So they took a side. I don't have a problem with that. And again, it doesn't. What I was saying, it doesn't pick my pocket or break my leg. Fine, go do your thing.
Yeah, good point. And I can see your point of view, and I'm sure we're going to get lots of people in the comments talking about this one side or the other. But that's how we get to answers. That's how we get to a consensus. So that's a good thing. Let me ask you, Larry. I know you've been running around the state. Like I said, you were just here in Binghamton, and I was working that day, so I wasn't able to meet up with you, because I always try to meet you in person whenever possible. What have you got going on? What's the next couple of things that you're doing?
Tomorrow, I'm heading back upstate again. I am going to a father's rights rally in Albany. I was the only candidate who talked about how broken family court is here in New York State, how it's crushing people, mostly fathers, but also mothers too, but mostly fathers. Now it's alienating children and hurting our kids in this state. And I'm not done it. Just because I'm not running doesn't mean this isn't important. So I'm shining a light on it. I'm speaking there, and I'll be at that event in Albany at 11 a.m. is when it begins. I'm then going to be in Schenectady and also Putnam County at two separate events, trying to support basically the Hudson Valley and trying to make sure they are rocking and rolling and seeing that liberty is the answer, that the Libertarian Party is the answer. So I'll be at Pinhead Susan's in Schenectady at 3 tomorrow, and at McCarthy's Grill House in Carmel, Hamlet, at 6:30 tomorrow. So I'm doing 3 events tomorrow. I'm not done. I'm still rocking and rolling, brother.
That's a lot. And then on your podcast, which is The Sharp Way, which people can check out, let me ask you, when do you normally do that?
Well, it's funny. I was going to just start it, but the second I actually letting people know I was doing it, I actually on what media platform I may actually jump on.
That's a good. I got to tell you, that's great news. They won't touch me, but they got you, so that's good. I think they're afraid of me personally, but the fact that you're going to be on a major format,
they'll get you anyway.
Well, you know what? Get me on the show. I want to be on there. Tell me how long I've got. Give me the issue. We'll go at it. We always have a great time with that. Sponsors will find it interesting too.
Yes.
But I'm looking forward to that. Do you have an idea of when that time frame may be?
Yeah, I should have an answer. I have 3 different media companies I'm still in conversations with. I hope to have an answer by the end of next week. That's my hope. If I have it done by the end of next week, then I should hopefully start it, I hope, by September 1.
By September 1st. So we're right on it. It's just around the corner then. That's
what I'm hoping for. I was supposed to start July, but that's when people start saying, wait a minute, Larry, don't do it. How about us instead? And the issues, just so we're clear, the issues are paywalls, right? I really want to get as much of what I'm doing and saying out to the masses as much as possible.
Right.
All of the media companies have some form of paywall. So we have to find an answer for how much goes in the paywall, how much goes outside the paywall, what IP is mine, what IP is theirs. So there's a lot of issues to deal with there.
Yeah, and for people who don't know what we're talking about with paywalls, well, think of it as paid subscriptions versus totally free. Like No Soundbites Allowed is totally free, although we could use some advertisers. And that's how we get it out there. But if I'm with a major company, well, that's when you get more advertisers. You maybe have to pay for subscriptions. Some content is exclusive. So we're talking about that when we talk about paywalls. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Right. So just so how people understand what we're talking about here, because I know what you're talking about, but the average person may not have ever heard this stuff before. But
absolutely.
I'm looking forward to hearing about this next week. You got to send me out a message. Let me know whatever format you're going to be on, because, of course, I'm waiting for it so I can follow it. and obviously I'll be commenting too.
Of course.
Yeah. But is there anything? I know we were looking for half an hour. We're on a little bit longer. We always are on longer.
That's what we do.
Yeah, and we can keep going. That's never been a problem with us.
Absolutely.
But is there anything else, either on the Libertarian Party, local or statewide, any other things that you wanted to get out there?
Yes, look, there's something that's important.
Yeah.
Everybody should be considering supporting the Libertarian Party, even if you don't want to become a Libertarian. I hope you all become Libertarians. Obviously, I'm completely biased.
Of course.
But even if you say, no, I want to be a Republican, I want to be a Democrat, a strong Libertarian Party, third party, is going to make for better Democrats and better Republicans. Because when it's just two parties, all one side does is say, I'm going to protect you against the other. I don't have to be good or effective or even follow my own principles as long as I protect you from the other. And that's what's happening. But when you have a third party, particularly a Libertarian Party, that will touch both sides of this, they can say, you know what? No, better be right or I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Look, the Democrats are supposed to be about civil liberties. They're not.
No.
But they're supposed to be. So if you want civil liberties, you either do one of two things. You hold your nose and vote Democrat, or you don't vote. Democrats know that. So they talk a good game. They talk about civil liberties, but do nothing about it. But if there's a real Libertarian Party there that will also affect and help civil liberties, there's another option for that voter. So Democrats have to be better. Republicans are supposed to be about small business and lower taxes. They're not, but they're supposed to be. So what do you do if you want lower taxes? Well, you hold your nose and vote Republican, or you don't vote. Well, if there's a Libertarian Party there, you have to be, because we are about small business and and less taxes. So there's another option. It will force each party to be better. You should, anybody should. You're in New York, you're in the nation. You should want a powerful, effective Libertarian Party to make all the parties better.
And just to let people know, we've had this discussion several times, and you've always been very consistent about your reasoning for the strength of the Libertarian Party. You're a great defender of it, and you make a very compelling case. You truly do. And so I want people to, that's why we're here. Let them know, let them investigate and find out more, and they can go to the Libertarian of, is this website still the same since the change now?
Yeah, I think it's still lpny.org. I think that's right.
Okay. I thought it was, but I know there was there were some changes going on, so I wasn't sure if that had changed or not.
Or is it? I think it's LPNY. Is it? I'm going to mess that up. I'm sure I'm going to mess it up and make somebody angry, because I probably should know that. So yes, it is. It is lpny.org. That's what it is. Yes.
Right.
So look, and the reality of it is, you can vote more than just your party.
Of course.
I mean, you can vote Republican locally, Democrat locally, and then vote Libertarian at the state level or county level, or reverse. Vote Republican, Democrat at the county level, and then locally, your local guy, vote Libertarian. You can mix and match your vote. And the Libertarian Party, very often, you will see us fall in line with either of your party. But because we are Libertarians, we will probably be stronger, more aggressive on those issues.
Yeah, you make a great case. I know we've been on for about 45 minutes here, so I want to thank you for the extra time.
Of course.
And say hello to the wife for me. I'm looking forward to speaking to you again soon in September. I want to see this program. I want to know what's going on there. And of course, always give my love to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yes, my beloved congressperson. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, she's she's special in my heart. I'll tell you that.
Yes, absolutely.
All right,
that's great.
Larry, thank you. I hope you have a great weekend, and try and get some rest in there too.
I will do what I can.
All right.
Have a good day, my friend. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. So that was Larry Sharpe of the Libertarian Party. Great guy. I have had many conversations with him, and I'm not kidding when I say when we meet up, normally it can go for hours and hours of him and I talking. Some of the things we agree with, some of the things we disagree with. And you got a little bit of that today. But overall, I enjoy having a conversation with him. I think he does a great job of explaining himself, not hitting on sound bites and really giving you what his thoughts are. And I respect that a lot. So I want to thank him for having the conversation. I'm looking forward to hearing your comments about everything, about the Hate Crimes Domestic Terrorism Act, which I will be speaking more about very soon, especially once we finally get some written documents on that. I'll be talking more about the Pan Am Games, the disrespect. As a matter of fact, I just had a video out earlier today about the disrespect of some athletes while we have people in other countries loving America. And we're going to be talking more about what's going on with the progressives, the libertarians, and New York state politics. It's all here. We hope you're going to come back and check out the show more and more often. And we always are looking for your comments, looking for your feedback. And until then, I hope everyone's going to be well. We're going to be on tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I have another guest coming on, and so we'll be on at 1 o'clock. Please check us out, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon. Thank you, folks.
And bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we won were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in there, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the stars sprinkle then not yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody, and thank you for joining us back. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx. It is May 19th. It is currently 5:43. I screwed up. I thought the interview with my good friend Larry Sharp would actually be a little bit longer. I expected it to be there until 6. And I got my timing wrong. It ended. So we're back a little bit sooner than I expected. I apologize for that. But let's take the time before we get back to what happened in the Bronx. One of the most common things that we asked, one of the most common answers we got from voters in the Bronx. And this is important because it wasn't about black, it wasn't about white, it wasn't about Asian or Hispanic. It was about voters. It was about voters voicing their opinion, not just accepting the approved messaging. And that's very critical. We do advise everyone, take a look and listen to the conversation. See everything, the good and the bad that happened in the Bronx yesterday at the event. No one else will show you that. We'll show you the agitator. We'll show you what the agitator was saying. We'll show you what the speaker said, what the audience, what the public were saying, and everything that happened there, including the NYPD officer that was taking my picture for some unknown and possibly nefarious reason. But we will go through all of that with you in just a moment. I did want to catch up, since we are a little ahead of time. I want to take the next couple minutes just to catch up on some of the breaking news that is coming out, and I think is kind of important. For those who have been following the channel for a long time now, we've been doing this 7 years in terms of the Sunday night, Sunday live stream, and we've been doing political commentary for 18 years. And one of the things we had mentioned earlier this year, actually last year in October of 2023, I believe it was actually October 8th of 2023, a day after Hamas attacked civilians and started taking Americans hostage, we said that one of the most important things that the Biden-Harris administration can do to help end this event was to go over and to continue the conversation with Saudi Arabia, to impress upon Saudi Arabia that they need to have a peace deal with, or an Abraham Accord with, Israel, that this would help to weaken the position of Iran, and that would help to therefore end the resolve of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi terrorists. That's what we said on October 8th of 2023. We did it on our Sunday live stream. You can check it out for yourself and see our exact words. And we said it is absolutely imperative that the Biden-Harris administration continue to push forward with the deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That was critical. Well, it's only been 7.5, almost 8 months, but we finally see that the Biden-Harris administration, according to CBS, having just been reported while we were on break, they are finally taking the position to actually move forward with the deal. Now, Israel isn't mentioned in the deal, but quite honestly, it's not a deal between America and Saudi Arabia. No one cares. That's not important. What is important is that this is the process in which Israel and Saudi Arabia come together to help move forward with the Abraham Accord started by President Trump, and that process, which never stopped from the Trump administration, continues to move forward, and that weakens Iran. In fact, that's one of the reasons why Iran supported and helped push Hamas to commit the October 7th massacre. It's because Israel announced that same week in October of 2023 that they were approaching a deal with Saudi Arabia, the biggest enemy in the Middle East to Iran, and Iran's desire for power over the Middle East is Saudi Arabia. And because of that, if Saudi Arabia and Israel were on the same side of the fence against Iran, Iran would lose. They would not be able to maintain their power or to grow their power, and therefore you would see a more stable Middle East and a less Iran-dictated, less terroristic and fanatical Middle East under Iran. So that's why we see that Iran was training Hamas, they funded Hamas, they provided rockets for Hamas, and Hamas went forward and attacked and tried to genocide Israel. That's why we saw that happen. It's because of Saudi Arabia. A lot of people don't know that because they don't hear the news from anywhere but CBS, and they're very brief. They try and sum up big issues in 30 seconds, and it doesn't work. They leave out the important details. They leave out the fact, and one of the reasons why they leave out the deal about Saudi Arabia with Israel is because it started under the Trump administration. That was their conversation as part of the Abraham Accords, and Biden picked up the slack and really did nothing with it. It was just Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States was not involved. And that's why they really didn't talk about it, because they couldn't advance Joe Biden as some geopolitical leader. He wasn't. It wasn't his deal. It would have made Trump look better, and obviously Orange Man bad, they can't do that. So finally, it has only taken almost 8 months for the Biden-Harris administration to continue to move forward with something that we said and was obvious to this channel on October 8th of 2023. Amazing. So we did want to cover a little bit of that. In addition to that, I did want to mention that if you want to call 911, don't do it in a progressive city. If you're in Chicago, Detroit, New York, LA, Boston, Seattle, Portland, don't call 911. Because each and every one of these cities that I mentioned, where we are seeing huge amounts of crime, where we are seeing huge amounts of murder, and again, yes, is it down from 2020 when with the BLM and Antifa riots? Yes. Is it up above the 2013 to 2019 trend of violence that we saw in the nation? Yes, it is. Crime is up. I know the news media likes to say, well, Joe Biden, he solved it, and the progressive policies, they helped reduce it. No, they didn't. We hit a peak with BLM and Antifa riots in 2020. We have been coming down from that peak, but we are maintaining. It is plateaued. It is above. We are sustaining the amount of crime and violent crime and gun crime above the entire trend of 2013 to 2019. So that's the Obama era and the Trump era. And Biden is above that because bail reform, because criminal justice reform, because social justice does not work. Defunding the police does not work. They tried that in Minneapolis. The people of Minneapolis, the black people of Minneapolis said, bring back the police, if not hire more. We've seen that in every major city. Every time they tried to defund the police, we saw crime skyrocket. And every single one of those cities has reversed its policies, or at least they've been attempting to, but they can't get back to the same level of police. New York City is at the lowest level of police recruitment since the 1970s. So it's failed. They kicked out the cops, and the cops aren't coming back for more abuse from the progressive policies and politicians in these left-leaning cities. And as an example, in Chicago, the result of these horrible policies that were implemented against the will of the public that have resulted in people being harmed is, one example is Chicago. Now, you won't see this written about in an American newspaper. This is coming from the Daily Mail. You have to go to Europe, you have to go to the United Kingdom to get this story that in Chicago, a mom had to call 911 because she was fearful of a home invasion. Two men were trying to break into her home. And when she called in, now the headline from the Daily Mail and any of the left-leaning news media is, oh, well, they told her to call a politician. That's the headline. That's what the left is going with. They want you to blame anyone on the right. They want you to say, see, it wasn't defunding the police that was the problem. It wasn't the fact that they cut all the funding for the police, whether you want to call it redistributing funds or whatever they call it. Effectively, they fired the police. Don't blame the politicians that are in office. Blame those MAGA people, those Second Amendment people. They're the problem. That's why they have this title on this. That it's the Chicago woman had a home invasion and the dispatcher said, call your politician. Okay, well, here's the part that you're not going to notice in any of the mainstream media. The actual quote from the actual 911 operator was, quote, according to the woman, Michelle, who identified herself only by her first name, she said, a gentleman got on the 911 call and said, sorry to say, and this is the important part, we have no units to send to you. There are no police. They had no one because Chicago successfully defunded the police, because they were disbanding the police, because they left the public victim to criminals. There was no one there for them to send. She called 911 and there wasn't anyone available because the police were overworked. That's the important part. But NBC Chicago, who she talked to, said, oh, but he recommended I call my alderman, and that's why, and he said, encourage him to hire more police. That's the part that NBC Chicago is focusing on. That's what the title in this article from Daily Mail is talking about. Oh, see, they said call the alderman. It's so evil. Those MAGA people, they're everywhere. Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you go through the entire article, which I did, and they don't expect you to do, Michelle, the woman who was involved in this incident, who had the problem, says it was her words, because the police did eventually get there. And this is what happens when you defund the police. This is why it's so evil. Because when you need the police, they won't be available. They are overworked. It takes longer for them to get to each and every 911 call. It is going to hurt the public. It doesn't hurt the criminals. It doesn't stop the criminals, which is what you were promised by the progressive socialist left. This is what the Democratic Socialists of America told you. This is what BLM told you. Antifa told you. That if you disband the police, there'll be less crime. They lied. There's more crime because it takes longer to get there. And Michelle, the woman that this article is about, the one that they are using to push their progressive propaganda, says, quote, I don't think it's the police department's fault. They are overstaffed and overwhelmed. Notice they leave that as the very last sentence. You would think that since they are quoting this woman about her incident, about what happened to her, that they would have put that along with the quote of what 911 said to her, that they would have included that quote when she was talking about the dispatcher, asked if the dispatcher had to ask if she could consider defending herself. In other words, do you have a firearm? Can you defend your home? Can you defend yourself? The Second Amendment. And she said, no. Because if she didn't have one, he said, well, maybe you should. Maybe you should get a gun. But she can't because she's in Chicago. It's just like being in New York City. You can't, as a regular citizen. Criminals get guns in 5 minutes. You're a citizen, it's going to take you a year, over $600. You have to be approved, and they don't want to approve you. They want to deny you. They tell you they're probably going to deny you the first time you apply. That's $600 and God knows how many hours of paperwork that you're going to throw out the window because they're going to say no. And this mom is not going to be helped by that. But here it is. So you would think, when they are quoting her at the beginning of the article, they would include the fact that she's not blaming the police for the problem. She's blaming the problem that there are so few police because they defunded the police, they disbanded the police in Chicago, and that is hurting the public. But they don't want to talk about that. No, that's the news they want to hide from you. And it's no better than what we're seeing in New York City. Again, New York City did the same thing. New York State did the same thing. They defunded the police, and now they're saying, well, don't worry, you're going to be safe. We just have to activate the National Guard. You wouldn't need the National Guard if you didn't defund the police in the first place. Your bail reform failed. Your criminal justice reform failed. This is the proof. And this strap hanger, even with the National Guard in the subway itself, especially in Manhattan, we're still seeing women get attacked. They are still being hurt. And these women, New York, Chicago, can't get a firearm because the politicians that got rid of the police also say you can't have a firearm. You don't get the Second Amendment. As they told Dexter Taylor, the Second Amendment doesn't apply in New York City or New York State or in Chicago or any other progressive stronghold, which is a lie. But this is what they are doing to you. And we are only showing you the evidence of this. We are showing you the proof of this. And so these are some of the updates I wanted to mention while we were gone. There is also the fact that, as we had mentioned earlier in the show, we had shown you that fireworks were being fired off, and we believed that that was in Iran, but we couldn't confirm that. We didn't have a source that was confirming that people were celebrating the possible death and or injury of President Ibrahim Raisi, who is the president of Iran. Well, we now have at least, we're starting to get some confirmation that is coming from, this is coming from the Times of Israel. It is a internationally recognized news agency. It is credible. And they are saying that thousands of Iranians are praying, while some are praying for Raisi to return safely, others are firing off fireworks. There are people who are happy to see Raisi, a man who was responsible for killing Iranians during the 1980 American hostage crisis, the ones who were responsible for putting the Ayatollah in place and killing Iranian citizens. Yeah, many of those Iranians are saying they are against him and they are happy to see him gone. So I did want to cover that. Also, there is AOC and John Fetterman. Many people may have heard about AOC. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the New York 14th District, got into a fight with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. And they went back and forth, calling each other names. There was another representative, another female, that was involved as well. They were all calling each other names. Honestly, I don't care. To be fair, I don't care. I don't care that they're calling each other names. They're politicians and they do it everywhere else. They're doing on the floor of Congress. It is just yet another example of the way that they are failing. That is the right, that is the left. They are failing to address the issues that Americans care about. They're not getting into the meat and potatoes of what is necessary for Americans, like defending the Second Amendment, like not defunding the police, like working on inflation. But they got into a fight because they don't like each other. Okay, I don't like AOC either. I don't think you should call her names. I don't think you should call other members of Congress names on the floor of Congress. Save that for your interview with Fox News. Save that for Twitter. Call them all the names you want there. But when you're in Congress, on the floor of Congress, having a congressional meeting, that's the people's time. That is the public's time. And you are there to do that job. You can name call all you want when you get off the floor and you get to your internet access, or you go on to any of the news media channels, and they do, in fact, take a lot of time to call each other names there. Don't do it when you're in Congress. That's my position. And that's kind of the position that Senator John Fetterman, who is a Democrat out of Pennsylvania, he's the one with brain damage. That isn't me picking on him. I'm not calling him a name. He literally has brain damage from a stroke. It is a medical condition. It is a fact. We continue to say that even as John Fetterman seems to be moving more and more towards the center right, that he still shouldn't have the job because he has brain damage. And that is a fact. So even with that, and that's because of a stroke that he received, but John Fetterman agreed with me that the display, both by AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that they were acting like Jerry Springer on the public's dime in the public's house, Congress, and that is inappropriate, that they shouldn't be doing that. Well, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez took that personally, and she said, and I quote, "I stand up to bullies instead of becoming one." So she is saying that John Fetterman, who has brain damage and is a Democrat and is a senator, which is higher than being a member of Congress. He's a higher position, so he's her senior, her superior. She goes, "Oh, you're a bully," because he didn't say, "AOC, you won." Because he didn't say, "AOC, I'm on your side." Because he said, "AOC, you and Marjorie Taylor Greene are both acting up like spoiled children. You're wasting the public's time." That's the actual story. They're wasting our time. They're acting like spoiled children. That wasn't the place. That wasn't the time. Those aren't the things that they need to be arguing about. And Fetterman said that. And AOC says, "Well, that means you're a bully." That's stupid. Why do people vote for AOC? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is she seems more like she has brain damage than John Fetterman, and we know he was in the hospital for brain damage. We know he has a medical condition. Did anyone decide that they want to test AOC for her medical status to see if she has brain damage? Because it seems like she does. She doesn't understand that what she did was inappropriate and wasteful. It was inefficient. It was ineffective. It did nothing for anyone. I don't care who started the fight. I don't care what they were fighting about, the names that they called each other. I could care less. Again, you want to do that? Go to Twitter, go to Facebook, social media, knock yourself out. You've got teams of people, go for it. Call each other names all day long. Show up, CNN, MSNBC, need the ratings. Go onto there and call each other names all day long. That's on your time. That's your dime. When you're in Congress, looking at bills that will affect the American people, your job is to argue. If you're going to argue about the bills you are passing, about the impact and consequences of those bills. I don't care if you're on the left. I don't care if you're on the right. I don't care if you're a so-called independent or even a libertarian. It doesn't matter what your political party is. If you are arguing in Congress about anything that isn't the legislation in front of you and the impact that legislation has on your constituents, then you are wasting our time, and we don't have the money for it. We're spending $200,000 per person plus their perks that are in Congress. We have what, $35 trillion in debt. We don't have the money or the time to waste for your petty feud about your personal dislike for one of your fellow members of Congress. When you are on the floor, you have a duty, an obligation to at least be civil on the floor of Congress. That's it. Be civil to each other. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to hang out with each other. I don't care if you curse each other out every day or get into a fist fight in the back room. I could care less. When you are on the floor, you do your job. And if you were at any other business and you decided in the middle of McDonald's, if you were in the middle of a boardroom, in the middle of an office, and you decided to go and have a hissy fit, a girl fight with your coworker just because you don't like her, you would be fired. They both most likely would be fired for wasting everyone's time and causing a problem at the job. But we can't do that to members of Congress, sadly, and several of them should be. I don't care about AOC's fight with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Again, I don't care who caused the fight. John Fetterman, in this case, was correct. He, even through the brain damage, he was able to recognize that this was inappropriate, ineffective, inefficient. It is a waste of time for the American public. It advances nothing. It moves nothing forward. Maybe it gets some sympathy for AOC in her reelection. Maybe it gets some sympathy for Marjorie Taylor Greene in her reelection. But that doesn't help America, so I don't care. But that's maybe me. By the way, for those who came back at 6 o'clock, we started a little bit earlier because I didn't do my math correctly, and the break, the video we were showing during the break ended sooner than I thought it was, and so we came back and we started up, and I was just catching up on some of the breaking news that took place while we were gone to catch up everybody on what's been happening out there. Let me go through some of the comments there. So if you haven't missed anything, we haven't talked about the Bronx yet, or continue to talk about what happened in the Bronx yet with the black voters, Hispanic voters, Asian voters. We haven't gotten there yet, but we will. Let me catch up with some of the comments. I see that Hadi says, what was that? In Hawaii, if you register a gun here, you'll be on a watch list. So if you go against the system, you'll be falsely framed in a crime. Judiciary here is as bad or worse as New York, Chicago, and D.C. Actually, there was a recent case. I believe it was the Ninth Circuit Court that was ruling in favor of Hawaii in suppressing the Second Amendment. So I do recall that. You are right. I have seen Hawaii been involved in several Second Amendment cases where they are trying to suppress people's right to defend themselves. And we see what the answer is. Criminals love this. Criminals are so happy that progressives want to curb or remove the Second Amendment because it makes it easy for them, because it just opens up America to victims. Everyone's a victim, and they, the criminals, can just pick and choose which victim they want to harm at any given time. Let me see here. So going into some of the comments, user has been banned joined us while we were on the break. Hello, user. And user says, something I've noticed is that it's really odd. Is looking at the offender database. Yeah, look at the offender database in Chicago. There are very often there are mislabeled descriptions of many of the offenders. Well, one of the reasons why you see such problems in the news media and in police reports is they really can't mention people's race or sex, gender, even their appearance is being restricted because DEI, because feelings, because many of the left have a feeling, or you will be called out for profiling. If someone happens to be an Arab, or they happen to be a woman, or they happen to be a man with blonde hair, if you say these things, well, you're the problem. Look at the news media when it's reporting how often that they will leave out things unless it's a white male. They'll often say, well, it was a white man. They'll absolutely tell you, oh, it was a white man, it was a Republican. They'll tell you that. But if it's a Democrat, if it's a black suspect, if it's a female suspect, a trans suspect, well, then they cover, oh, well, it's just a suspect. Stop asking about their gender, their race, their color of skin, their sexual preference. Don't ask those things. Don't ask about their politics. That's not important. Why would you ask that? Because you bring it up in every other case. When it works in advantage to push forward the political agenda, they're more than happy to say, hey, here's all the vitals on this person. Here's all their stats. This is their social media account. They are more than happy to push that if it moves their political agenda forward. But God forbid you say, okay, if that's the rule, then that's the rule we use on everyone, including the black suspects or gay suspects or trans suspects. Oh, no, they're protected. You can't say that about them. That's just racist. Why would you do that? Because that's the rule. That's what you've established. That's how you're reporting other crimes. Why wouldn't we report them all the same way? Well, that's because, any other thing, if you do that, that's racist. It's so insane. It drives me nuts. And you see that in police reports too, and if the police are putting in, oh, the suspect was a male or a female or black or Hispanic or Asian, whatever it may be, if they're putting in these details that identify the suspect, well, then they're told you're racially profiling. And so the police department gets hit and they get another round of defunding the police. It's really insane. It makes no sense. Dow goes on, even if you accept the judge's statement that the Second Amendment does not apply in New York State, which is impossible, it is impossible. It's part of the Constitution. It's one of the key amendments. It's the Second Amendment. It applies in every part of America, so it's impossible not to apply it. But going on with what Dow said, the New York judge has to acknowledge that the New York Constitution and civil rights law does echo the Second Amendment, and so she can't discount that. Well, yes, I agree with you. We're talking about the Dexter Taylor case, where Dexter Taylor was convicted 10 years in jail for not harming anyone, for not committing a crime, in the sense that he didn't go out and he didn't threaten anyone, he didn't attack anyone, he didn't endanger anyone. He was learning how to become a gunsmith. He was learning a career. That's it. He had a hobby, and he was turning his hobby into a career. He legally owned firearms. He legally purchased and registered everything that he had. He broke no law other than New York doesn't like people, black people in particular, owning firearms. And that was the crime. He wasn't a Democrat. He wasn't abiding by their desire to take away people's firearms. And the judge reaffirmed the political ideology of Kathy Hochul of the Democratic Party, not the law of the United States, which is completely opposed to that. So that's what Dow was talking about. Let me go on. Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Well, we got comments both on... Hey, Dow, you switched over to making comments over on Rumble? By the way, if you go to Rumble, folks, you can give me a super chat. I do see the comments on Rumble. I'm not able to show that on the screen right now. That's because of OBS, something beyond my ability. But I do see the comments, and I do see people going, and they're commenting on Rumble. They're commenting on YouTube. We have more people watching on Rumble by about 5 times as many. So we do invite people to go to Rumble as well as YouTube. Okay. So I think this kind of brings us up to date to where we left off before the break when we were talking about what was happening in the Bronx. And again, I just wanted to cover some of the breaking news to bring you up to date and to let you see what is actually happening, how this is affecting each and every one of us. I see your comment there. All right. So I left off in talking about, and I believe I left it here, where we are one of the only political news commentary that covered this event, even though MSNBC, CBS, ABC, New York Times have the money and the personnel to easily have covered this whole thing. Something that is important. But these are Black, Hispanic, and Asians. If you look at the photos, I think you can see in the background, there are many individuals who are Asian that are in the crowd. And if you don't see it in these photos, if you go to the video of the actual event, which we covered, then you will see there are Asians there as well. So Americans of every single type were not supporting Joe Biden. And that's why the news media said they can't talk about it. They said it didn't exist. And that's why Tim Pool was like, look, this is happening. But he didn't cite the people who actually covered it. Yes, the Post-Millennial got a couple of clips. I have every second of the entire event. But I don't have the money and the support of the Post-Millennial. Not yet, anyway. Hopefully, with your support, folks, we will. So I wanted to bring that up. But the question is, what were people saying at this event? Where am I? I'm just trying to find my notes here. I have hundreds. No. There. So, and this is from the Gateway Pundit. By the way, I did do an interview for the Gateway Pundit, just so people are aware, which may or may not come up. I don't know. They may or may not have published the interview I did with one of their reporters at the end of the event. So you may see that, you may not, I don't know. But this is the coverage that they have. And I think this is kind of absolutely exciting because if you look, and if you type in Bronx Trump, let me show this. So if you type in Bronx Trump, and I'm just going to refresh this, what is the news we get? What do we see coming out of that? Trump plans audacious Bronx rally. But Congressman says his borough won't be voting black. That's Richie Torres. That's Richie Torres of the New York 15th district, which is my district. And he's saying that, why? Because it's a Democrat. It's historically a bluer than blue district. And he's saying, well, black and Hispanics don't have a choice. They only vote, and they have historically always voted Democrat up since the Civil Rights era. Actually, before Civil Rights, blacks and Hispanics voted Republican consistently. So he's not exactly correct there, but he's saying currently that they vote Democrat, so Trump won't get anything. well, then Trump has nothing to lose. Then Richie Torres shouldn't be afraid. Why is he making this comment? Why is Congressman Richie Torres so terrified that Trump is going to waste, according to Congressman Richie Torres, Trump is going to waste his time going for votes that he can't get? Well, isn't that a good thing for Joe Biden? Isn't that proof? Because if he's right, then it's just money and time that's coming from Donald Trump. That doesn't hurt Richie Torres. It only is a factor. Is what he's afraid of is there are a lot of people, maybe not the people who showed up at the protest, because people are afraid. The number one thing I heard at the rally when I asked people, when you talk to other black people, when you talk to other Hispanic people, and they find out you're not a Democrat, what do people say? Oh, they are afraid. They agree. They don't want to vote for Biden. They don't support Biden, but they can't say it publicly. They're afraid to speak about their political position publicly because they're afraid of a backlash. They're afraid of people like Congressman Richie Torres, who is going to target people. This is what they believe, that they will be targeted because they didn't obey. They didn't go on the plantation and just do what was approved, which was pre-approved by the Democratic Party. Vote Democrat and walk away. No, they want to do something different, and they're afraid they will get retribution, so they don't want to speak up. But it's not because there isn't support. I may have hundreds of people who have seen my live stream. I know that someone like Lou Valentino, who spoke at the event, had over 33,000 people last night. When I went to sleep at 3 in the morning, 33,000 people had watched his live stream, which was only a short portion of the entire event. I think he had like 15 minutes of the entire 3-hour event, and he had 33,000 views. It tells you he's a 27-year-old Hispanic man, and it tells you his audience, younger voters, are interested in what's happening in the Bronx. They are interested in knowing that people aren't just blindly going in and following the Democrats. So Richie Torres is wrong. Trump to hold first New York rally since 2016. Think about that. They want to talk about this, but they're not mentioning, but there were people in the Bronx already, and that's why Trump is going, because people are there and they are asking for him to come to New York. They are asking him because they don't agree with Congressman Richie Torres. They don't agree with the Democrats. They do want to hear from Trump. They do want to have that comparison. Now, the answer from the Democrats was that yesterday, Joe Biden decided to spend $14 million in an ad campaign to reach out to young black voters. He didn't come to New York. He isn't coming to the Bronx. He's not going to Brooklyn. The last time he was in New York, he went to a $25 million campaign fundraiser as a New York police officer was buried. Trump went to the funeral. Biden didn't. Biden went and got money. Trump spent time with the public. Do you see why there are people in the Bronx who say, maybe I should hear from Trump? Maybe Trump is someone who I can relate with. Because Trump went to see the slain officer, see his family, and spend time with them. Biden, Obama, Clinton, they went to a fundraiser. They raised $25 million with a bunch of fat cats, the rich. Remember, the very same rich that are demonized by the progressives, by the socialists, the very same people they say need to have higher taxes and need to be eliminated. Well, they're going to them, and they're pandering. He was pandering at the time that the funeral. He was half an hour away. Joe Biden, when he got the $25 million with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, they were literally a half an hour away from the funeral, the wake for a New York police officer killed in the line of duty. And they didn't care. And now they're going to spend $14 million to convince black people that, you know what, your life isn't that bad, that Joe Biden is a better choice because you are safer under Joe Biden, right? No, you're not. I just showed you what's happening in Chicago. I just showed you what's happening in New York City. And we can find similar articles in LA, in Boston, in Detroit. We can find them in Portland, Seattle, Austin, Brooklyn. We can go across the country. We can find more articles of black on black crime and higher crime rates overall in everywhere that the Democrats control. But he's going to try and spend $14 million. Now, mind you, a lot of people will say, $14 million, that's a lot of money. No, it's not. It costs $1 billion to run for the presidency as a Republican or a Democrat. It costs about $1 billion. This is nothing. This is insignificant. $14 million? They'll spend $100 million on a single ad campaign, $50 to $100 million per ad campaign push. They're spending $14 million. It's about less than 0.1% of all of the money that is going to be spent by the Biden-Harris administration on the 2024 election alone. This is a drop in the bucket. They don't care. This is just to make it seem like they are paying attention, to make it seem like they actually want black voters. But they really don't want the black voters. They really don't care about that. Here's, again, going overseas. This is from The Guardian. Biden renews his pitch to black voters at Morehouse graduation. Your voices should be heard. If the voices should be heard, why didn't you hear them before you spent $14 million, before 2024? You've been in office since 2021. You've had 4 years. Where were you listening to the voices before? If it was so important, if you're so absolutely in touch, why aren't you talking about crime? Why aren't you talking about the issues affecting the blacks and Hispanics and Asians and poor people in America? Why is it only when it comes time for an election and only when you see these college students are protesting against your foreign policy, only then do you see Joe Biden? It's only because these college students might follow Dearborn, Michigan, and not vote Democrat because Joe Biden isn't supporting Hamas. That's it. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't care. He wouldn't spend any of this money. Now, someone will say, Mike, but how do you know that? Well, first of all, let's go to the Ipsos poll. Most black Americans continue to support Joe Biden. I love this article. This is really important. And again, all the links will be included in the description. Let me show you that just so you can see. Most black Americans continue to support Joe Biden. That's the title. And I love that that's the title they're going to try and push out so that when you see this retweeted across Twitter, what you're going to see is most black. This is what you're going to see. What you're not going to see, 38% of black Americans say President Biden's policies have helped black people. That means some 62% of black Americans don't think that Joe Biden's policies have helped black people. Okay? 2/3 of black Americans don't think but Joe Biden has helped. They're trying to push the positive. So again, this is fortifying the 2024 election. When I say that, what do I mean? I mean this, that they're saying, oh, look, 1/3 of black people support Joe Biden. Yeah, 2/3 don't. That's the majority. That's the consensus. That is the main theme, that 2/3 don't support Joe Biden. But they're going to say, but no, it's Joe Biden's doing fantastic. 1/3, the minority of the minority are supporting him. This goes along with why he's over at Morehouse, saying, oh, you should be heard, leaving out the important part of, but I haven't listened to you for 4 years. For 4 years, didn't care. Now it's an election, now that it's time for him to get reelected, now he cares. He didn't care before. Remember, he told you, if you didn't vote for him, you're not black. because somehow this old white man who has been supporting racist policies over the history of 50 years that he's been in elected office, suddenly I think he's got some kind of, I don't even know the words. He's got me so pissed off. But again, now something else that's very important in this article. Again, this is from the Ipsos article where they're trying to convince black people that they actually, that whether or not you thought so, black people support Biden. You didn't know that, but they're telling you. They're trying to convince you. And they're trying to convince you that despite a significant majority viewing Biden more favorably than Trump, that's what they say, the margin of favorable sentiment has declined from 55% point advantage to 48. They've lost 7 points. Joe Biden is losing. He's losing blacks. While most black Americans continue to say that Trump is biased, again, who are they asking? Who are they asking when they say this? They don't tell you where they went to get this. Did you go to Morehouse and ask that? Did you ask that in New York City, in the Bronx, or Brooklyn, in Manhattan? Did you go to the middle of Kansas and ask people that? Where are you asking those black people that? Okay, we'll go on. That number has also come down from 87%. So Trump is improving his position and his view with black people who are mostly getting their news from the mainstream news media. Because the mainstream news media keeps telling you Trump is racist, but they can't show you what he did that was actually racist. Do you notice that? We can pull up articles and we can pull up video of Joe Biden making racist statements over and over again. How about in 2021 when he was on CNN with Anderson Cooper? He had a CNN town hall, and he said that blacks and Hispanics don't know how to use the internet. Do you remember that? This is where Kathy Hochul got the idea that young black kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is. Well, she got that from Joe Biden, who in 2021 said black people, Hispanic people, don't know how to use the internet. That was in a CNN town hall. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. You can look it up and you'll see it for yourself. He said that. So I can prove the racism of the Biden administration. I can't point to that in Trump. And as much as they like to try and make you think that, there is actually no statement that actually ties Trump to racism. There are statements that tie Biden to racism. And I know they make up things like, well, there's good people on all sides. That isn't what Trump said. Again, they take you out of context. They don't show you what he actually said. Because if they had the proof, they would show all the proof. No, they have a context that they made up. Because he didn't say that. He literally said the neo-Nazis are bad guys. That they are horrible people. He was talking about everyone else. Oh, well, there's that. But here's the one I thought that was most important. With Biden needing significant support from black voters, they already recognize Biden's in trouble. That Biden is losing in every single, well, not every single poll, about 90% of all polls over the last 2 years, Biden is losing. And so he has significant need for black voters, and they are walking away from him. The finding that only 62% currently report that they are absolutely certain to vote is a warning sign compared to the 74% reporting the same in June of 2020. Joe Biden is not only losing, not only are 67% of blacks not in favor of Joe Biden, but he's down 12%. That he's at 62%. Black people are walking away from the election altogether. Even if they don't like Trump for whatever reason, they're not going to show up and vote for Biden. They're not motivated. They don't believe he's helping. Bidenomics is not helping the Bronx. It's not helping Compton. It's not helping Chicago or Baltimore. It's not helping cities. It's not working, and they don't want to support that. So rather than, some of them are saying, well, I can't support Trump because he's supposed to be orange man bad. They can't point to why he's orange man bad. They can't point to a policy that he had in 2018, 2017 that is worse than the policies of Biden today. They can't find one, but they'll say, you know what, but orange man bad because CNN said so. So I'm just not going to vote because there is no lesser evil. Neither of them should be in. That's what they're saying. And Joe Biden can't win. It is a, let me say it like this. Let me clarify. And I'm going to get to the comments. I see you guys. I haven't forgotten you. But it is a pretty well-known fact amongst political circles. And you can ask to political commentators, pundits, news media, they will tell you that the black vote is essential to Democrats, and that as long as Democrats get 70% of the black vote or more, they will win. That is normally what is expected. And when they do not have 70%, they are in desperate trouble. They have no guarantee of winning, and they are more likely to lose if they don't have 70% of blacks voting Democrats straight down the line. That is the concern. And now they know, according to this poll from Ipsos, 62% of blacks will vote. Well, that's not 70%. It's not even close. They're down 12%. That means, if you translate that, let's cut it in half. That means he's down 6% of votes. That's 6% less votes in New York City, in Chicago, in LA, in Boston, in Baltimore. We're talking about the largest cities in America. And if you win 5 of the largest cities in America out of the top 10, if you can only win the top 5 of them, then you win the election 9 out of 10 times. That's the popular vote. And Biden is losing in every single major city in America, even with Democrats in control of 20 of the top 22 cities in America. And he's losing the black vote. That's why he's spending $14 million to get black people to vote for him. He wants to convince black people that they need Joe Biden. Look at this image. And this is what I kind of found interesting. I should mention it as well. Look at this mask. Mask. Who's wearing a mask? It's 2024. We know that masks don't work. That is scientific. It has been proven by UCLA, by the WHO. Even now the CDC has said that all the restrictions, like wearing masks, not valid. Don't need them. There is no science. In fact, science says that wearing these masks will be more damaging to a person than not having them at all. When was this picture taken? Where is this a picture of? That they're trying to tell you that Biden, these are the people Biden's appealing to. Who are these people? Where are they getting their news and facts from that they're wearing a mask that no one else is wearing, that everyone knows doesn't help you? So these are the things we need to pick up on. This is how the media really manipulates these stories. There was another one I wanted to point out to you. Where is it? Bear with me. Here's another article. Biden courts black voters in Georgia with a reminder of his win in 2020. He won in 2020. You should vote for him again. Why? What does that have to do with 2024? Oh, but he won in Georgia. You should vote for Biden again. Why? Because since he won, inflation is up 19, 20, somewhere between 19 and 24%. Everything costs more. 3.9% unemployment and climbing. We're in stagflation, if not a outright recession. We have more conflicts around the world. There is more war going on that the United States is directly involved with than in 2020. What is the benefit? Just because he won does not mean you should re-elect him, although that's what most people tend to think about. Why? Why should you vote for him again? And by the way, yeah, here it is. So now I want you to see, this says, the title of this from Bloomberg is Biden Courts Black Voters in Georgia with Reminder of 2020 Win, which is stupid and useless in and of itself. But here's the original article title. The original title for this article was Joe Biden losing black voters to Donald Trump goes to Atlanta, Detroit. That Biden is going to Atlanta and Detroit because he is losing black voters. That's the actual title. This was changed because saying that Joe Biden was losing black voters doesn't fortify the 2024 election. And the news media, Bloomberg News, knew that. The editor knew for a fact that this title, that Joe Biden is losing black voters, does not help Joe Biden get more black voters. They knew that they needed to put a spin on this. They need to make people who are just looking at the headlines, who are on Twitter or on Facebook, and all they read is the headline, they need to see Joe Biden positively. Black people have to associate Joe Biden with a positive. So they changed the title of the article after the fact, after the article was published, and said Biden is courting black voters. He's going after you. He's paying attention to you. He wants to make sure that he knows you're around. By the way, this is the same Biden administration. Let me show you. This is the same Biden administration. Right now, you can go into Google, type in Biden Platinum Plan Ice Cube. Okay? So you can see this, and I just updated it live with you. You get to see this. What's the number one response? The Platinum Plan. You know who came up with the Platinum Plan? Ice Cube did in 2020, October of 2020. This was his idea, Ice Cube's idea to help the black community. What do you see? Ice Cube says the Biden, well, this is the one article. Ice Cube says Biden administration reached out to him. That was February 4th of 2021. This was a plan that was created by Ice Cube in October of 2020. Now, I bring this up because I want you to see the evidence. Rolling Stone, Reddit, Fox News, Washington Post, ABC, CNN, Politico, Billboard, Hollywood Reporter, ABC, Yahoo, Los Angeles Times, Politico, MSNBC. Do you see this? What do you see? You see 0 articles telling you that Joe Biden actually listened to Ice Cube's idea to help black people. He threw it out the window. He didn't care. Donald Trump did listen. Ice Cube did meet with Donald Trump. He did take some ideas from the Platinum Plan, which he put out, and we can see that. So let's look at the one article. This is coming from Google. This is based on their algorithm. This is their fortification of the 2024 election. And this is how they are promoting Joe Biden to black people when they say, well, wait a minute, wasn't there this idea in 2020 on helping black people? Yes, Ice Cube came up with it. What did Joe Biden have to say? This is from The Hill. Ice Cube says the Biden administration has reached out to him. Key words, reached out to him. You notice there isn't another single article by any mainstream news media. In fact, no news media reports that they actually had the conversation. If you go into this, Ice Cube has said in recent interview that the Biden administration reached out to him earlier this week and disclosed a possible, this is the key words, disclosed a possible meeting could be in the works sometime later this month. Could be, maybe. How about this? The direct quote. Yesterday, this is Ice Cube. Yesterday, they reached out to me. This is Ice Cube talking about the Biden administration. We haven't talked yet. We're just starting to figure it out. When we can have this meeting and how we're going to have it. It'll go down sometime later this month. That's what Ice Cube thought this was in February of 2021. And as I just showed you from the Google search, it didn't happen. Biden didn't care. Biden is more than happy to spend $14 million to make black voters, Hispanic voters, minority voters to think that he is actually paying attention to them. It is a drop in the bucket. Remember, he raised $25 million. Instead of going to see a police officer, he went to New York City and raised $25 million in one night. He's not even spending that much money to reach black voters across America. Not even what he can raise in one single night. But he wants you to think that he cares. That's why he went to Morehouse and he says you should be heard. And when you could have been heard, when black people, prominent, famous, rich black people with a plan come to him and say, here's my idea, will you listen to me? He doesn't listen. He didn't care. He just wanted the vote. That's the truth. Ice Cube was demonized because he went and he said to Trump and he said to Biden, I have an idea. Will you hear me out? Will you sit down and hear my idea? Maybe this can work. Trump said yes and did it. No conditions. He did it in October of 2020. He sat down with Ice Cube and he listened to Ice Cube and he took some of those ideas and he put it out as the Platinum Plan. This was part of the plan. This came from Ice Cube. He listened. He didn't pander. He did it. Joe Biden said, come back after the election. Ice Cube came back after the election and he got nothing. Do you see why I wonder, why are black people? No wonder they don't want black people to remember this. They don't want you to think about this in context. It's no surprise that when I'm out and I am, it's no surprise, where is it? There it is, that Tim Pool is like, oh my God. Even in New York City, they're cheering for Donald Trump. Black people are coming out for Trump. No kidding. There's a reason why the news media didn't want you to know that there are black people willing to stand up and be recorded, to be videoed, to have their photograph taken, saying that they support Trump. Because those people know that Joe Biden, he can raise $25 million in a night. He's not even willing to spend that on black people because he doesn't care. He won't even spend the money he can raise in one night, in one event. He won't spend that on black people because he doesn't care. They know that him going to Morehouse and saying, I'm listening to you, is all about pandering, because when he has the opportunity to listen, what does he do? He doesn't care. He throws black people under a bus, even when they're rich, even when they're famous, because he doesn't care. And even the news media know it's the truth, because when they write the articles, they write the truth, and then they change it to make sure they can fortify the 2024 election and help Joe Biden win, because they want the political ideology to win. They want progressives and Democrats and socialists to win. They don't care about you. They don't care if you're black, if you're white. They don't care if you're gay or straight. They don't care if you call yourself a toaster or anything else. They just want power. Is there anyone who is watching the program that has seen me go through that whole thing that disagrees with what I have said? Is there anything in my assessment that isn't correct based on the facts? I am showing you every one of the sources. Well, not all of my sources. I'm showing you the sources that lead me to understand Biden is pandering, does not care, and only wants power. And he's using black people to do it because he's afraid because he is losing them. He is below the minimum, the bare minimum that is necessary and is expected. 70% of black people. And that's why he's making it look like he cares. That's why he's playing this game. But he doesn't care. Is there anyone who disagrees with me in the comments? You can call in 929-715-8569. You can call in and tell me why you disagree. If there is a Democrat, Richie Torres, New York 15th District in the Bronx, where I am right now, Congressman Richie Torres, if you disagree with my assessment, if you think I am wrong, which you've said you seem to believe, I will go and meet you anywhere in the Bronx on any day at any time to have this discussion live with my audience. I am more than happy to have you call in right now, Congressman Richie Torres, and explain to me how I am wrong, how all of the facts and the evidence that I am able to provide from left-leaning news sources is incorrect. Please, I will be happy to do that. I will give you as much time, Congressman Richie Torres, to explain this to the public as you need. I'm not MSNBC. I'm not CNN. I'm not Fox News. You're not limited to 15 minutes. If you need an hour to explain it, if you need 15 hours to explain it, I will give you unedited all the time you need to explain why I am wrong when I am providing the evidence and I am showing sources and I am showing exactly over time exactly what I mean. How many people think that Richie Torres is ever going to call in? How many people think Richie Torres will ever meet me in person and actually have a conversation? Because I can guarantee you, I've done this. I've talked to many members of Congress. They will not go on live. They will not have this conversation publicly. I'm sure Richie Torres, I know several members of New York State's Congress, congressional members. I know several of them. And I'm sure that he would speak to me in person, but he won't dare have a conversation publicly. He won't answer this question. He will not address the evidence that is more than abundant. Okay, let me go to some comments because, yeah, I got myself a little worked up there. So, let me see. Hari, give me a second. I know you've had a lot to say too. So I know there's a lot of comments here. Obviously, I said a lot of stuff. But let me try and catch up to everybody here. Hari says and this is off of Rumble, Hari says, people need to study history to better understand the world we live in presently, which I have. Which is why I'm showing you, even going back, and I'm doing this live with you to show you on Google, showing you the search terms I'm using, showing you that it is pulling up the information that we are looking for, and that there is nothing that counters what I have said. Nothing. There is no evidence. I'm showing you how I'm searching for it, and it isn't there. So yes, if people understood that, they would understand the context of what's happening right now. Hari goes on to say, it's surprising that 1/3 of black voters do support Joe Biden, even though he doesn't believe in polls because polls lie. And you're right. But I believe in the confluence, the consistency of polls. When I look at poll after poll after poll, when I see years of polls, when I see multiple polls, I'll show you an example of what I mean. Okay, let me show you what I mean. Any one poll isn't important. So I'm at Real Clear Politics. This is a neutral site. They have no preference. All they do is they look at all of the polling data and they give you the aggregate, the average number based on all the data that's out there. So looking at the election, Trump versus Biden, we see that Trump is winning at the moment by 1. Depending on the week, you've seen it as high as about 3 points in favor of Donald Trump. You've seen it right now. This is one of the lowest we've ever seen. It's about 1 point in favor of Donald Trump. But what you see is look at the trend. And we can see the trends. Here's another way to see the trend. Look at that trend. Consistently, over time, as we go backwards in time for about 18 months, 2 years, what you see is that Donald Trump is winning, sometimes by a lot, sometimes by very little, but he is winning over and over again. And more importantly, when we decide to look at what is more closely accurate, the five-way race, it's about to be six. This doesn't count the Libertarian candidate. But now come next week. But looking at the five-way race, which includes Trump, Biden, Kennedy, RFK Jr., Cornel West, who doesn't really matter, and Jill Stein, who doesn't matter. They don't really count, but they have a percentage. So, okay, fine. But when we look at this race, again, you see it's 2.8% in favor of Trump. And when we look at the over time, looking at the five-way race, we see consistently, even Kennedy was giving competition to Biden. And as Biden has been suffering because of RFK Jr., not Trump. Trump has been consistent. Look at him. We're seeing over this time, going back to November of 2023, and there are charts that are longer, but you'll see the same thing. He's consistently over 40% all the way through. Joe Biden isn't. So, no, I agree with you, Hari. The polls, in and of itself, any one poll is not accurate. But when we have the total of polls over time, and we're looking at all the polls, all the major news media polls from Marist, from Harvard, from ABC, NBC, when we're looking at Rasmussen, all of them, that tells us the answer. So I do believe that. Hari goes on to say that propaganda is losing its power exponentially these days. It loses its power when we have individuals like this channel that stand up and show you the truth, that show you the evidence, that spend the time to tell you the little details that you don't see anywhere else. That's what's really important. That's why I do this, so that you can see the truth, the things that you wouldn't hear. No one else in the news media is going to show you that, hey, when Bloomberg wrote this article, when this article was written by Skylar Woodhouse, Nancy Cook, and Kayala Gardner, when they wrote this article on May 18th and published it, well, they titled it Joe Biden Losing Black Voters, because that's the truth. And the editors came back and said, we have to fortify this. But MSNBC won't spend time telling you this because they agree with the Bloomberg editor. The New York Times won't go through this and explain and show you the truth because they support this. MSNBC, CNN, ABC News, CBS News, they won't take the time to tell you this because they agree with the editor. They agree with the edit, the change, hoping that no one will notice, that no one will point out that there was a statement of truth and now that's been hidden. So that's why I do this, because someone has to tell you the truth. Someone has to show you the evidence. And I can hear the left going, but I feel. I don't care about what you feel. I'm showing you proof. I'm showing you evidence. You may disagree. You may not like what I have to say. That is your right. You're an American citizen. You can disagree. You may not want to vote for Trump. That's your right. I do not question it. Maybe you want to vote for Jill Stein. Don't know why you would, but maybe you do. Maybe you want to vote for Cornel West or RFK Jr. Maybe you want to wait and vote for the Libertarian candidate, whomever that might be. That's fine. I have no problem with that. That's your choice. But this is the evidence, and I am showing you actual evidence. How you feel about it, that's up to you. But you cannot tell me, oh, Mike, there's no proof. I'm showing it to you. All right, let me go to some of the other comments. I see user has been banned says they're all making the argument that maybe women's suffrage without the draft is a mistake. Okay. I'm not sure. No signing up for the draft, no vote. That's an interesting point of view. I do believe that if women want to be in the military and they want to be on the fighting lines, they should be drafted just as much as men. Mind you, I don't want women in the military, not on the front lines at the very least. Let me see here. I'm just trying to catch up on some of the comments. Wow, there's a lot of comments. Oh, hang on. I got some voices of opposition. And I apologize, guys. I didn't see you there. So let me make sure that I do read this out. I have Volcano Daisy. She actually likes Dow. She thinks Dow is making some great points. That's good to know. Thank you for being here with us, Volcano Daisy. I appreciate you being part of the audience. But we also have GP. I don't know who GP is. GP says, boo this man. Okay. We colored are riding with Biden. Okay, first of all, there is nobody in America that calls themselves colored. So, GP, I don't know who you are or where you're from, but I'm pretty sure you're not an American. See, I'm 56. I'm older. And the generation that actually used the term colored, they're about 80 or 90. That's Joe Biden's generation. They're dying off. They don't get quoted. So unless you're about 90, no one uses colored. If you're talking about my generation, if you're talking about the baby boomer generation, those of us, I'm 56, then you're talking about people who use the term black. Black Americans. That's what we call ourselves. We're black. We're not Negroes. We're not colored. We're black. And that was a big thing for people who don't know. Growing up from the 70s into the 80s, calling yourself black was a big thing. People were calling themselves colored in the 50s. We said in the 60s and 70s, no, call us black. And then somewhere in the 90s, we started going with African American. That's when the hyphens started coming in. That was in the 90s. But we were black. No one uses colored. So that makes me think this is a bot. This is some kind of antagonistic individual who is just making it up. That's GP. Boo this man. Who says that? Nobody who speaks English. No American says boo this man and doesn't even type it properly. Capitalize the B. It's called typing. Grammarly can't answer everything for you. Learn basic American English. This is 6th grade English we're talking about. So capitalize the B. If you're going to pick on me, yes, you will get picked on back. If you have a disagreement, I'm fine with that. Disagree with me. But if you're going to personally attack me, yes, you're going to get attacked back. And I'm better at this. Guaranteed. So yes, learn how to type English. It's 6th grade. So there you go. You're either 90 or you're in 5th grade. I'm not sure which one would be appropriate. Boo this man. Why? GP, why? I'm not upset that you're disagreeing. You're saying, okay, I got it wrong. Why? What evidence did I misunderstand? What in these articles, I am showing you the articles, I'm showing you things in the articles. What is wrong? What have I misunderstood? What evidence have I not provided? Please explain. I'm more than happy to hear your voice. Stop trying to pick a fight with me personally. Stop trying to pick on me personally. You can't discredit my character. I have 18 years of doing political commentary. They have never been able to discredit me personally. So you're not going to win that either. Rather, focus on the issue at hand. Show me the evidence. Show me where I misunderstood the evidence or that there is evidence that points opposite to what I am saying. I'm more than willing to hear that evidence. I will listen to you and look at that evidence. And if I'm wrong, I will be more than happy to publicly say so. Just like I gave the offer to Congressman Richie Torres. If you can prove me wrong, if you have evidence counter to what I am saying, I will listen to it. I will publicly show that to everyone. I'm not afraid. I am that confident in my position. So boo this man. Well, that's useless. You told me your feeling. I don't care about your feelings. Did you not hear me say that earlier in the show? I'll say it again. I don't care about your feelings. You can have whatever feeling you want. They are yours. They're not mine. You cannot force your feelings onto me, nor do I want to force my feelings onto anyone else. I disagree with the progressives on that. Your feelings are yours. Keep them. Mine are mine. I'm not giving them up. Don't care about your feelings. I'm talking about facts and logical consequences of those facts. That's it. And so they go on to say, we colored. Again, that's not American English. That's not in the modern lexicon. This isn't an American, if it is a human at all. We're riding with Biden, which no one says. No one says that. You will not see that said. Even supporters of Joe Biden, the actual humans that are actual Americans, that are actually voting age, don't say that. You just don't say it. Nor do they spell it that way. So GP is either a bot or this is a troll for the Democratic Party. I am led to believe that because as I just analyzed it with you, doesn't make sense. They're not real. Kind of sad. I was more than happy to hear people tell me, gee, no, Mike, you got to understand, Biden has done so much for the black people in America, besides, having them arrested, besides changing the drug laws to incarcerate them, besides saying racist statements for 40 years in a row. Okay. He won't even spend the amount of money he raises in a fundraiser in one day to get the black vote because he thinks he can get it overnight. He thinks it's entitled. He's a Democrat. He feels like he's entitled to the black vote. He said that when he was with Charlemagne. You're not black if you don't vote Democrat. He's entitled to the black vote. Not that he has earned it. Not that he deserves it because of his actions and because of his compassion. He deserves it because he's a Democrat. That's not a reason. That isn't even close to a reason. And telling me orange man bad isn't a reason. That's not a positive for Joe Biden by saying Donald Trump, orange man bad. That doesn't mean Joe Biden did anything good. That doesn't mean that Joe Biden is better. It doesn't mean that he's appealing to blacks, Hispanics, Asians, or any other American. Just saying orange man bad isn't an answer. And if you say orange man bad, you have failed. That argument is a failure. If anything, you're telling me, okay, that's what you feel, and you're also telling me you're not thinking it through. And my audience thinks. I'm not saying that my audience, you, agree with me 100%. I don't believe that. I am sure people do not believe 100% of what I say. They do not agree with me 100%. Absolutely. That's a good thing. I don't expect that. If you agree with me 100%, something is wrong. You haven't heard everything I said. I guarantee something that I'm saying you will not agree with, or you will need more evidence for. That's why I show my sources. That's why I spend the time to explain my position. But progressives, nope, they want you to, this is their feeling. They had a feeling, and you have to accept it, and you have to believe whatever they say. I tell you, that's insulting. Dow says, Dow said, a snowball's chance in the tropics. It would, in reference to Joe Biden, black people, black Americans supporting Biden, says it's a snowball's chance in hell. It would be a permanent record that they couldn't deflect from. Dow goes on to say, riding with Biden is one of those slogans being pushed to the black community to somehow make a connection and gin up sympathy. It is fake. It's kind of like Hillary Clinton's accent. It's fake. Hillary Clinton carries around a bottle of Tabasco sauce because she's connected to black people and Hispanic people. I mean, it's a lie, but that's the lie she's going to go with. Okay, and riding with Biden, that sounds black, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like Ebonics? No, but that's what they're going to go with because they don't know. They have lost touch. They have no idea. So I agree with you there. I agree with you, Dow. Dow goes on to say maybe support is a better term. Sort of like Hillary's, hot sauce in a handbag speech. Yeah, okay, you're agreeing with me on that. Going over to Rumble. Hari says, I was just going to say that RFK is pulling from Biden, from the Biden voters, hardly any at all from Donald Trump. Well, there are more Democrats that are leaving Joe Biden and going to RFK Jr. and or possibly the Libertarian Party. That's what the polling has indicated. Yes, for every one that Donald Trump loses, Joe Biden seems to be losing 2. So that does seem to be accurate so far. Hari goes on to say, some women are born warriors and not all men have a warrior spirit. Being a warrior isn't gender based. My wife won a scholarship writing about a great female warrior in India named Rani of Jhansi. Okay, I'm not saying that women cannot fight. There are women throughout history that have fought different styles of fighting. I mean, there's Joan of Arc, there's Harriet Tubman. Both were fighters in their own way. There's Mother Teresa, another fighter in a different way. There are many ways to fight, many different types of battles. When I said earlier that I don't want women in the military, doesn't mean I'm not denigrating that women can't fight. They can. They do. Look at the Israeli army. Women are all over that. There are women in many armies around the world, and many of them are great fighters. I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying that they shouldn't. That's basically it. I don't think while they can be effective, they're more so isolated. There are individuals that excel, but overall, no. But that's me. And people can tell me, as I said, it's okay to disagree with me. I'm okay with that. Now, Hari goes on to say, trolls' opinions such as GP don't matter. Probably a bot with even less potency. They're of zero consequence. Well, I like when we get the bots. We know that means we're being effective. We are reaching people and the message is getting through. And I like to dissect it because they think so little of you and I that when we see these trolls, and the best thing that they can say is, oh, Mike, you're soulless. When they say you're just evil, you don't understand. When they say that, boo this man, they have no argument. And that's why I love it when trolls come in and they try to attack. They show that there is no chink in my armor, that the evidence I'm providing, they can't refute. They don't have another argument. They don't have a better solution. They don't have better evidence. That's it. All they can do is personally attack me to try and attack my character and to try and attack my references, but they have nothing to offer. And I want people to see that, because when you see that, you understand how little is of value coming from the progressive socialist ideology. They have nothing other than threats, coercion, and propaganda. That's it. They really don't have anything. Hari goes on to say, quote, people seem not to see that their opinion of the world is also a confession of character, end quote. That is from Ralph Waldo Emerson. I agree with that. Hari goes on to say, they really do think you're stupid. It's so offensive. Yeah, it is offensive. It is incredibly offensive. But I want you to see how offensive they are. I have literally, and I have videos of this, people who've been following the channel for a while. I ran for elected office. I ran for Congress, and I ran for county legislator. And when I ran for county legislator, at one point I was at a Back the Blue event, an event I put together. And I had members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow come around and surround me. They chased off most of the news media. They literally surrounded and were screaming at me. And the news media ran away. rather than recording this confrontation of, it was about 50 to 75, maybe even 100 members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, college students and local community members that came and surrounded me and were screaming at me for an hour and a half. And the reason why they were screaming at me for an hour and a half is because I didn't leave. Because I stood there and I actually tried to have a conversation. Now, their conversation was, "You're a racist." I said, "Okay, where's your proof?" They said, "You're a sexist." I said, "Okay, where's your proof?" They said, "You're wrong." I said, "Okay, where's your proof?" And I went through this for an hour and a half with them. Show me your evidence. Show me where my policies, my ideology, where I was wrong. Let's have that conversation. You don't agree with me. That's fine. Why? Oh, because I'm wrong. That's not an answer. That's circular logic. You haven't said anything yet. Tell me why I was wrong. Why the positions I was seeking to get elected on, tell me why they don't work. Show me the consequences you think will happen that are negative. They couldn't do it. And after an hour and a half of standing in my face 2 feet away from me, and people of white and black and other colors were all screaming at me, telling me I'm a sexist, I'm a pig, I'm a ist and a phobe to my face, using racist slurs against me, saying that I'm the racist and they're using racist slurs against me. And I stood there and they didn't know what to do because I wasn't trying to fight them and I wasn't afraid of them and I didn't back down. And I was trying to have a conversation with them, whether the media was there or not. Now, since that time, since that event in 2020, and again, there is a live stream of that event. I did have a recording. I was recording myself at the time. I had someone recording me because it was a campaign event. And I have video of the entire 45 minutes an hour. I have video of the entire thing. And you can see what they did, and you can see how I responded. And since that time, many of those members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, many of the people who were in that crowd, those college students and those community members, have since come to me personally, walked up to me in person by themselves and apologized. They apologized for the racist slurs they used against me. They apologized for accusing me of things I didn't do, of saying things I didn't say, and for having policies they thought wouldn't work and did work. So that's how we deal with trolls. I'm not afraid of the trolls. They've been trying for over a decade, 2 decades, they've been trying to break me. It's not going to work. And that's because of you. That's because of you, the public. Because you support this channel with your like, your share, with your subscription, especially your subscription, whether it's on Rumble or on YouTube, wherever you're seeing this, your subscription makes a huge difference. It breaks through the programming that we see from Google, from YouTube. I mean, we know in 2023, they eliminated 35,000 channels. YouTube admits this. Google admits this, that they deleted wholesale 35,000 channels because they didn't like what they said. Not because they broke the rules, not because they stole anyone's content, not because they did anything illegal. YouTube and Google didn't like what they had to say. And we know that in 2024, Google has already said, YouTube have already said that they want to protect the 2024 election. They want to protect it from Republicans, from conservatives. They want to protect it from those who want to make America great again. That's who they're protecting it from. And they are looking to eliminate tens of thousands of other websites, of other speakers and YouTube content like this one. And the only thing that protects us is your like, your share, and your subscription. That's it. And I'm more than happy to hear from actual Democrats, actual progressives, actual human beings that disagree, that have a reason to disagree. They've been on the channel before. I've had people disagree with me before. Happy Life, Hal, Democrat Mike. They've disagreed. We can have a actual conversation like grown adults and human beings and say, okay, this is what I think, this is what I don't think. And that's it. It's just that simple. But the trolls, they do the troll thing because they cannot win. They have nothing else. Okay. So the black, I think I've made it very clear about what happened with the black event. What happened with the Black Patriots for Trump event. And we will see on the 23rd, unlike what Representative Richie Torres believes, we will see that black people will come to this event. That people in the Bronx, from the New York 15th district, Richie Torres' district, that they will come and see Donald Trump in the Bronx. That people who are black, who are Hispanic, who are Asian, who are white, who are Americans will come to hear Donald Trump because they do not support what they have heard and what they have seen and what they are living through from Donald Trump and the Democratic Socialist Progressives. It's just that simple. Now, I did mention a little earlier, we had talked about, and this is just more coverage of AOC is upset with John Fetterman because being a Democrat is not protection in and of itself. There is always more you must give. To be a good progressive, you must always bow your head. You must always obey. You are always giving up your freedom and your thought. John Fetterman, who ran as a progressive and was elected as a progressive, is a Democrat, and he didn't bow down to AOC enough. So now he's getting beat up. She's attacking him, as we covered before, that she is upset because he is supposed to, right or wrong, it doesn't matter that AOC was wrong, that Marjorie Taylor Greene was wrong, that Jasmine Crockett was wrong. Now they want to say it's racist. No, it's not. It's not even sexist. It's just they don't like each other. That's it. They're calling each other names because they don't like each other. They don't agree with each other. And again, do that on Twitter all day long. I don't care. But they did it in Congress during a congressional hearing, the floor of Congress up. That's not the place to do it. So it's not racist. It's not sexist. It's just you don't like them. They don't like you either. Fantastic. Take it somewhere else. Go in the back room of Congress and duke it out. I don't care. But John Fetterman isn't wrong to call them out. And it isn't being a bully to say, you are wasting people's time and energy, AOC. It was a waste of time and energy. You are being ineffective and inefficient with other people's money and time and energy. It's not your job. Your job isn't there to tell people that you don't like that other chick. I don't care if you like her or not. That's not important to me. You're a congresswoman. Your job is to represent the people and to pass the best law possible. Who cares if you like anyone in that room? I could care less. That's not your job. That's not why you were elected. You want to be prom queen? Fantastic. Ask people if they like you. You want to be a bartender and you want to get a bunch of tips? Ask people if they like you. You're a member, you're an elected official. I don't care if you're liked or not. I only care if you're efficient and effective. That's it. That's not racist. We're going to be slowly wrapping up here, sir, folks. But let me go on to... There's also Game of Thrones. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier. People may have thought, well, Mike, you were just making that up. That wasn't true, or I didn't see that. Yes, coming out of Bearing Arms, the Games of Thrones star. This is the girl who played Sansa Stark. Her name is Sophie Turner. Sophie Turner is British. She lived in the United States because she was married and then she got divorced. Okay. And Sophie Turner came to the United States, but she was dissatisfied with the United States because in the United States, everyone isn't just killing babies, and people want to protect themselves from being killed. To quote her, she says, this is Sophie Turner, she says, quote, "I couldn't fathom being a mother of one of those children knowing that this was something your country could fix. That they'd rather have rights to guns than give kids a right to life." Now, this is funny because Sophie Turner is saying she supports abortion up to the moment of, I believe, if I am correct, she supports abortion up to the moment of birth, which denies babies the right to life. And she supports that. She wants to have more abortion in America. She wants more women to abort their children to take away the right to life of those children. So automatically, her comments and her position don't make sense because she's supporting ending the life of babies as she says she wants to support the life of babies. It doesn't make sense. Sophie, stop, think. I know you're an actress. You're not meant to think. You're meant to read lines and pretend to be something that you may or may not be. She's a pretender. She reads whatever people put in front of her. She, like most actors or actresses, the better they are, the more mentally deficient they tend to be, which is why they pretend so well, because they can't fit in otherwise. And none of them are really known for being brilliant geniuses, and we can see it here. This is it. Sophie, go back to school. You forgot something. You didn't learn. Think. Learn to think for yourself. She also says that gun rights, that we would prefer gun rights. No, not prefer, but that is intrinsic with that life. That in America, I understand. In Britain, no, that's not true. In the United Kingdom, you don't have that right. You're right, Sophie. Go back to the United Kingdom. You don't have that right. By the way, you will get stabbed instead. Because in London, in the United Kingdom, there are rampant, random, massive knifings that are happening and have been happening for decades. We know that that is the biggest surge. You know, you don't have gun crime. You have knife crime instead. And you have mass knife incidents that happen in the UK all the time. So you're not safe from violence and you're not safe from being killed. It's just happening in a different way. The crime is still there. The violence is still there. You just have less of a means of being able to defend yourself. And I find it funny because this is coming from Sophie Turner, someone who has armed security in many of the places that she goes. She has armed bodyguards. She's had them in the past. She's had them now. So she's not against guns except for you. For her, it's okay. For her and her family, it's okay to have armed security. But you, how dare you protect yourself? And how dare you not kill a baby? I can't understand this. I did not like the character of Sansa. I do not like Sophie Turner's acting. And this makes me even less of a fan of her work. That's me. Now, you may have a different opinion. You may think she's the greatest character, she's the greatest actress ever. I would severely say, no, you haven't seen enough movies. Maybe you think Sansa was the best character in Game of Thrones. No, not even close. Not even in season 8. She was a horrible character, but that's my opinion. The book's also different than the TV series, so there's that. And I don't think that she did a great portrayal. Do not. Those things are my personal opinion. Throw them out the window. The thing to focus on, she makes no sense. She's asking people to kill more babies because she wants to protect babies' lives. That makes no sense. Fundamentally makes no sense. This is why she is a great progressive. This is why Sophie Turner is such an excellent progressive and fits in perfectly with Hollywood, because it makes no sense what the hell ever. Does not make any sense. These are her words. I quoted her exactly, verbatim. Going on. What is this? Let's finish up the show today. Dow said what? Hang on a second. Dow says, I'm laughing. I was an aspiring and competent thespian. Never made it to the mainstream entertainment industry because I chose not to submit to its social mores. What? That's what she said? She's out of her mind. Yes, she's a paid pretender. Okay, so let me carry on. And I know there's some comments. Everyone's talking with each other on the comments, and I am happy to have that. I hope my audience is able to speak with each other on a regular basis, whether you agree or disagree. And especially whether you agree or disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. But I wanted to address, in finishing up today, the upside down flag. It's one of the latest things that we are being told that tells us that the Supreme Court is somehow flawed or broken. I don't think that's an accurate argument, but it's the one that they're putting out there right now. And they're trying to say that Justice Alito is some kind of traitor, insurrectionist, because his wife hung the American flag upside down after the election, after the 2020 election. Now, I want to stop right there. I want you to think. So an upside down flag means MAGA. That's what the ABC News is trying to convince you of. ABC News and the rest of the mainstream news media are trying to tell you, this is from CNN. New York Times, and they're quoting the New York Times. Upside down U.S. flag flew at the home of Justice Samuel Alito after the 2020 election. Well, that's supposed to be insurrectionist? They go on to say, this is from CNN, an upside-down American flag, a symbol used by some supporters of former President Donald Trump, who challenged the legitimacy of the Joe Biden's 2020 victory, hung outside the home of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito after the election, the New York Times reported on Thursday. So, first of all, this is from 2021. The year today is 2024. This is May 19th of 2024. Why are you telling us about something that happened in January of 2021? I'm sorry, it's not relevant. That's your first thing. Second thing, it's not illegal. You can hang a flag upside down. You can do it. People do it all the time. It's not a crime. In fact, we go to colleges. If you went to Columbia right now, you'd see kids trying to burn the flag as we speak. And that's also not a crime, although I think burning the flag is a crime and should be punished. But that being said, so far, no problem with Alito. Third thing, and I think this is kind of important, this is really actually kind of critical to the whole thing. An upside down flag does not mean insurrection. It doesn't mean Donald Trump. It doesn't stand for MAGA. It's not a new thing. I mean, God help us with this news media. They are trying to pull things out of their ass all over the place. And I'm sorry I'm cursed, but it's really starting to piss me off because they're just making this stuff up left, right, and center. An upside down flag in the history of the United States. This is how old this idea is. This is how common this idea is. An upside down flag means distress. It means there's a problem, there's an emergency. It is an easy signal. We started doing that back in the old days with muskets so that others can know at a glance there is a problem over there. There is a distress. The fort is under fire or is being attacked. The town is being ransacked. It is an easy signal. That ship that is floating past is maybe being attacked by pirates. It is a symbol. That's what the upside down flag means. That there is a problem. There is distress. This is an old tradition of the United States from the beginning of the United States. It's not new. It's not for the current modern day generation. This has nothing to do with 2024. It already had a meaning. They're trying to usurp the meaning, just like they changed the meaning of what is a man, what is a woman, what is a recession. They're just changing meanings all over the place. And they're trying to change this meaning as well. but let's call them out and debunk this right where it is. It isn't a crime. It isn't insurrectionist. It does mean distress, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with someone, anyone, whether they're a member of the Supreme Court. Being a member of the Supreme Court does not remove your right to the First Amendment, does not remove the right of you or your family members to have an expression, to express your political opinion. No, it doesn't. And it doesn't mean that you're going to let someone, that doesn't mean you're going to help support January 6th, which was a riot. It does not mean that you're an insurrectionist. It doesn't mean that you're trying to break America. By the way, the Democratic Socialists of America have said that they want to remove the Constitution, that they want to rewrite it. The progressive left have said continuously and consistently that they want to remove the Constitution and the amendments and put in human rights. This is what they say. That is insurrectionist. That is life-changing. Barack Obama promised to transform America. He didn't tell you what he was transforming it into, but he said he wanted to transform America. That can be considered insurrectionist. It wasn't at the time. Now we have better hindsight to think about it. But a flag flying upside down that means distress is not a problem. That is not indicative of overthrowing the government. It never has meant that. It never should mean that. We have the history. Just like we have a track record for Donald Trump, we have a history for an upside down flag. And lo and behold, for the college students out there who don't know this, for the kids being indoctrinated in high school, upside down flags have been on the internet since the beginning of the internet. They've been a thing in our country for hundreds of years. This is not new. This is not something that was just made up last week. It isn't yours to define. It already has a definition. Is that not clear? They are going through every effort they can to try and convince you that anything that isn't approved must be evil. Someone had their flag upside down. That must be evil. You got to hate them. That must mean MAGA. MAGA is evil. Oh, by the way, MAGA means Make America Great Again. By definition, English language, that is a positive statement. There is no other way to understand that. You cannot misunderstand those words. Their meanings are clear. It is a positive statement. If someone says you are being MAGA, be happy. That means you're being an American citizen. You are trying to uplift your nation. That is a good thing. But here they are saying, oh, but you had an upside down flag. Well, in the 1960s, the 1950s, the 1800s, this was understood. Now they want to change the meaning, just like they changed the meaning of what is a man. Oh, well, it's not a woman. What is a woman? Not a man. That's called circular logic. It makes no sense. You haven't defined anything. You're avoiding the point. Oh, the flag's upside down. Well, that must mean MAGA, and MAGA must mean evil. Prove that. Explain that. Show me that. Because that's not what the words mean, and that's not what we have experienced. We had 4 years under Donald Trump. There wasn't an insurrection, nor was there one tried. And everyone who keeps saying January 6th was an insurrection. There were 300,000 Americans surrounding the Congress that day. If they wanted to take over the government, they could have. They would have. There was nothing to stop them. Couldn't stop them if you wanted to. We have seen country after country after country with far fewer numbers of people be taken over. We've seen that in Mozambique. We've seen that in Mogadishu. We have seen that in Haiti. Most recently in Haiti. Handful of people took over the entire government. And you're telling me 300,000 people at the Capitol, at the Congress, they couldn't take it over if they wanted to? If they wanted to, it would have happened. They didn't want to. That wasn't why they were there. And to say that it was is a lie. And it is just as bad a lie as to say that an upside down flag which means distress, is the same thing as meaning insurrection. It doesn't. MAGA, which means make America great, those are the actual words, and by definition, a positive thing, doesn't mean insurrection. They're putting fear into you to make you comply, to try and ostracize you and make you feel like you're outside. It's exactly what they decided they were going to try and do with everyone that was in the Bronx saying, hey, I'm a black Republican. I'm a black conservative. Oh, well, you're outsiders. No one's like you. Except here's a couple hundred people who are going online. Again, Lou Valentino had 33,000 people watching. We're not alone. We're not the only ones. And we aren't insurrectionists. Making America great isn't evil. It isn't an ist or a phobe. It's a good thing. And Joe Biden is losing. And black people have every reason to not support him. Don't be fooled and don't be coerced into saying, well, the crowd says, the mob is supporting Biden, so you have to. No, you don't. You're an American citizen. No, you don't. Well, Joe Biden, he's not Orange Man bad. That's not a reason. Well, you're black, so you have to vote Democrat. No, you have agency. You have a right. You don't have to do anything. Okay, so I know there's some other comments here. We've been on for 5 hours. 5 hours. And it's time for the puppy to go back outside. It is 70-ish degrees and very humid here in New York. I'm a little tired. And of course, I did the event yesterday. I was at, as you can see, I was over at the live event. And I hope to go and see Trump on the 23rd live. It'll be about the 4th or 5th time that I've actually been covering Donald Trump, including when I was cleared by the Secret Service to actually cover Donald Trump as president in Utica. Yes, I have been cleared by, when I say I have press credentials, I have press credentials. The Secret Service cleared me. So I'm not that bad off, am I? I'm doing pretty good. As many of the news media in central New York did not get cleared by the Secret Service to go and cover Donald Trump in Utica. I was, and I have video from that. But that all being said, please, if you've gone through the 5 hours or any part of the 5 hours, if you found it entertaining, educational, innovative, interesting, if it frustrated you, doesn't matter. If you're listening to it to help you go to sleep, whatever your reason, help us by just giving us a like, a share, and subscribing. That's it. It's all free, costs you nothing, but it makes a massive difference, critically makes a difference to making sure that you get to have a voice out there, to have coverage that no one else in the mainstream news media wants to provide to you, that they want to hide from you. Please give us a like, a share, and a subscribe. And if you can afford $1.50 a month, join our Patreon. That's it. It's just that simple. Folks, with that being said, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm looking forward to the comments. Please continue to comment in after the show in the comments. I always look at every comment, and sometimes I can respond to them as well. I look forward to that. I look forward to seeing you guys throughout the week, and I'm going to go take care of my puppy now. All right.